Good evening. Hey everyone. How's it going? Welcome to the King Angel Show. I'm King Angel, a wine country California live streamer and content creator here on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and soon enough TikTok as well. I'm only 30 followers away from going live on TikTok, so I am extremely excited about that. How's it going? What's up? Long time no see. 2 weeks actually, but so happy to be here. You know how much I love being in front of a camera. It's true crime night. As you know, we're going to be reading some true crime daily cases. We are going to be watching some news videos. We'll have some discussions. I'll give you my 2 cents on whatever case we're reading about. And hopefully at the end of this episode, it'll give us enough time to maybe cover really quickly a popular case. Could dedicate maybe like 30 minutes to it. It's a maybe. Like hopefully we'll be able to get to it. There are a lot of cases because it's been 2 weeks, obviously. Bunch of cases that I do want to cover, want to read about and dedicate some time to it. You guys know that here on King Angel Show Presents True Crime, we value the lives of the victims, and it's a voice to them and for them. To them because we are covering these cases and talking about it and shedding some light on current occurrences that are happening all across the country. True Crime Daily focuses on cases that are happening in the US primarily. Soon enough, I will integrate other countries as well, because obviously crime is worldwide. It's not only a US thing, but the cases that we do read here, like I said, are from the US, so it again sheds light on all these cases that are happening. Plus, it gives a voice to the victims as well, because a lot of the cases that we read are not resolved, or some of them are resolved, and we read the aftermath of whatever sentencing that the perpetrator has had placed upon them in their time in court. So again, it's a twofer basically. Unfortunately, you know, it is still true crime, so the cases that we cover here are, you know, pretty gruesome at times. I have mentioned it here before. True Crime Daily, they are pretty raw about the information that they're giving, so if anything has to do with like children and whatnot, they will report on it as is. So again, trigger warning, you know, it is sensitive material that we're going to be talking about, covering, watching videos. There could be some words or things expressed that could cause people some sort of uncomfortable feeling, and that's completely understandable. I mean, there's people that don't like true crime because of that, so no hate from here. If it's not for you, it's not for you, but I do welcome you to check out the stream. You know, if you are interested obviously in the topics of true crime, but also it's an alternative sort of to news. I'm cutting the fat from what the news covers, because they do a lot of different things, and we're just talking about the crimes that are happening all across the nation. So it's reality. It's not really much we can do about that. I hope one day us as human beings will be able to get to a point where we can move past causing damage and inflicting pain to others, but I don't know, man, it doesn't seem like that's where humanity is headed towards. But yeah, nonetheless, we do cover those cases here. Just that's what we talk about. I do want to integrate other topics into King Angel Show Presents True Crime, or I'm also thinking about maybe as an alternative creating another channel, but one that's solely focused on serial killers, the supernatural, weird shit, aliens, alien abductions, you know, just like topics that are not necessarily true crime. It could have something involved with, you know, anything that we cover here on True Crime Daily. Oh no, King Angel Show Presents True Crime. I apologize for that, but it had a little bit more variety to it. I have my other variety show, which is the King Angel Show. It's the main channel, but that focuses more on like music videos, movie trailer reviews, and different topics like that, science and whatnot. But I want this alternate channel to be all the topics I mentioned before. We can add like cults to it, and cult leaders, that level of manipulation that these individuals have to be able to manipulate a whole group of people in this manner, a la Jim Jones with like Jonestown and whatnot. That is insane. I read a really good book recently. I highly recommend. It's called Cultish by Amanda Montell, and it explains the language that cults use to manipulate people, and how all of these different cults, ranging from the religious all the way to fitness cults, because let's be honest, what is it? Dang it slipped out of my head. Because Lululemon does like the clothing, but what is it? CrossFit. Yeah, it's considered a cult. They break down the reasoning why in the book, and it makes a whole lot of sense. I think that there are degrees to cults, but those are things that we can talk about in this alternate channel. And it'll all link to the same Discord that I have right now, the King Angel Show. I'll just create a different channel for it within the same server, and that'll be exclusively for any weird shit that you find that you can just post there. Again, I'm trying to make this a community thing, so anything that is created, vis-a-vis channels or anything of those sorts, will always link to that main Discord. So basically the idea is different minds coming together in one server to discuss things, have arguments, debates, talk about occurrences that are happening in the world, watch a movie. Speaking of which, if you're watching this today, October 6th, 2023, on October 8th, 2023, which is a Sunday, I am hosting my second Discord horror movie night. Sorry, hosting a horror movie night. It's will be night number 2. The theme for this one is horror comedy. I have a list of movies that we could potentially watch, and it's in a poll format on Discord on the general chat. Check it out. Vote for the movie that you want to see, and that's Sunday at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Would love to see you there. It'll be pretty awesome. We can watch movies and have discussions about it. I'm trying to grow a community, but I want it to be fun, but interesting, and at the same time informative. Not subjected to just one subject, but ranging in a whole bunch of different topics, because you don't only like one thing. So yeah, that's what I want to do. I'm currently doing, and will achieve the goals that I have set for the server. It's been a slow process, but we will get there, and I'll get there with your help. So if you're watching this on YouTube, hi, first and foremost. If you're watching this on Twitch, how's it going, Twitch fam? If you're watching this on Facebook, I have a true crime page that's associated obviously to the King Angel Show Presents True Crime channel. Check it out. Follow me there. Add me as a friend. Let's chit chat. Join the Discord, the King Angel Show, like I just mentioned. I have that movie event happening on Sunday, but we watch movies and series and stuff like that, and I try to keep it as interesting as possible. Within the time that I have available, because I work. But the goal is having this server, again, different minds come together and just arguing, debating, having conversations. Conversation is so important, and I think that as human beings, we should be having conversations to alleviate the day, alleviate the week, the stresses of life. B, great conversation leads to getting to know another person a whole lot better. And you can't take people at face value. Through conversation, you get to dive deep into who this person is, their values, what they stand for, because we all stand for something. You can't stand for nothing. And you learn about that person, and that person learns about you, and it's, relay. You're relaying this information. You're relaying this these experiences from one person to another, and that's the beauty of being a human being. So, like I mentioned, the King Angel Show, join that Discord. The links you can find in the description box if you're watching me on YouTube or Facebook as well. If you're watching me on Twitch, you can go to the About section and you will see the Discord link there. You'll see a link tree as well that'll take you to my link tree page, and it has all of my socials there, all the socials for the True Crime channel and the Discord link there as well. For the King Angel Show, I have a Patreon. I post there everything that has to do with coffee, the news, and us, and the variety show. That portion of the main channel. Sorry, I got a little tongue tied there. But for True Crime, I do have a separate Patreon. It's $1 a month. It's mainly for you to support the channel. If you like what I do and you just want to support me monetarily, bam, you have a way to do it there. That's through Patreon. That's at KAS True Crime, or you can same thing. Look for it in the description box if you're watching me on YouTube or Facebook, or on Twitch, the About section as well. And speaking of Twitch, if you want to further support me there, you can subscribe to my channel. I don't know how much Twitch is, but you can use your Amazon Prime if you have Amazon, and it's called Twitch Prime. You can subscribe to my channel. You get some very cool benefits. There's a private Discord channel that's only for Twitch subscribers. You get a whole bunch of like emotes and whatnot that again are exclusive to sub members only. So check it out. If I'm something that you're interested in watching and want to further support the show, boom, that's it right there. That would help me out immensely. If not, just follow me. You can follow me there. You can subscribe to my YouTube channel. You can like my videos, comment on them, let me know what you think. You can check out my variety show. You can add me on Instagram. You can follow me on TikTok as well. That is at KAS True Crimes. It's the same for all of them. You can. This is for the King Angel Show here, but when we switch screens, if you're watching the actual live stream or video, I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Yeah, you'll see all the icons for the social media platforms that I use that KAS True Crime is on. So you can follow me there. That's Instagram. You can follow me on Facebook. I don't have a Threads yet, but I do have one for the King Angel Show. You can follow me there. Listen, I'm everywhere, and I'm trying to expand as much as possible to reasonable platforms where I could potentially grow. That's the main goal. I mean, I'm aware that there are plenty of other platforms where people are thriving on, Kick, Trovo, and whatnot, but that's not my cup of tea, specifically. More power to the people that do it. Me, I stick to YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. I go live on Instagram as well, but it's really rare. I should go live there a lot more, but I just created that account for this channel, and I don't really have any followers or following anyone, so it's pretty much dead at this point. I have to do something to kind of revitalize that or get the process started, because I've been at zero for quite some time. I haven't really been giving Instagram much love. I don't really like the platform that much, but I am there, so you can follow me there. And I think that's basically it. I really want to go live on TikTok, so you can drop a follow, and that would help me out immensely, because I want to do Monday TikTok lives and kind of have the same platform of going through true crime cases or reading about them, or anything basically true crime related. But because TikTok is a lot more instantaneous when it comes to the outreach that you get with the live sessions that you do there, I'm so looking forward to it, because I know that will definitely help out the channel as much as possible. But nonetheless, that's basically it for that first part of the rant. If you're listening to the audio version of this live stream, I thank you very, very much. I really, really do appreciate it. Let me know how the audio sounds on Patreon, because the audio version is exclusive to Patreon members only. Let me know how it sounds. Just drop a comment on Patreon, or because Discord is linked to Patreon, there are private channels for Patreon members only on Discord, so you can tell me there as well. Just let me know. That's basically it. Those are all the platforms I'm on. You have many ways to support me, whether it's monetarily or completely free. Discord is also free. You can watch those movies with me on Sunday, free. All you have to do is join the server. Well, basically create an account and then you join the server. But easy peasy. Doesn't take much more than that. So I really do hope to see you there. I really do hope to see you in the live streams. Let me know what you think in the comment section of YouTube. And like I mentioned before, we're going to be doing some True Crime Daily tonight. It is going to be amazing. It always is. I have a great time reading these cases, chit-chatting with you guys, going down rabbit holes, watching news videos, reviewing any additional information that we can find on any specific case that we find interesting. There isn't much information on a lot of the cases that we read other than the who, why, and when. A lot of them are still being investigated, so there isn't a broad amount of information for it. But nonetheless, we do what we can, and hopefully we'll be able to go through all these cases, and then we'll be able to check out a video or two on YouTube. We'll pick a case. I'll do a poll on Twitch, so if you want to just meander on over to Twitch, I will drop, that's for the YouTube and Facebook, I'll drop a link if you are interested. I'll do a poll on that side because I don't have the 1,000 or 500, I don't remember how much it is on YouTube, to be able to start like monetizing and have all those options available. I can only do it on Twitch because I'm an affiliate there. So I will drop the Twitch link, and I will also drop the link for the event on Friday. Oh no, on Sunday, sorry. Hey, my bad. Okay, so that's the Twitch. And here is the Discord event. There you go. Cool. Like I said, Discord is free. Hope to see you there. There's a poll on the general chat. Just pick whatever movie, whichever movie has the most votes on it. That's the one that we're going to watch. And who knows? Maybe we'll have enough time to watch the second most voted. The more time you spend together, the better. Community, friendship. That's the name of the game. That's what I'm trying to achieve, and I know that there's plenty of people that are longing for it, and I got your back. Dude, your boy's here. What is it? Science? Horror? True crime? Space? Weird shit? The supernatural? Cults? What do you like? Let's talk about it. Let's watch something about it. Let's watch a documentary. There's probably something that has a thorough explanation on whatever subject we choose to talk about, and wham bam boozle, we got it. Conversing, doing what human beings do the most and best. So yeah, let's start tonight's show. I didn't speak as much as I normally do, but I promised myself I was going to keep it to only like 10 minutes, but this is well over 10 minutes, so I apologize. But to be quite honest with you, I enjoy being here, so you know what? I take my apology back. I'm happy that I'm able to speak freely and express myself. It's wonderful. Alright. We are going to switch over to this screen. We're going to pause this music. Like I said before, I appreciate you being here. Time is the one beautiful thing that we don't have. It's not within our reach like that. It's a borrowed thing, and the fact that you're here even one small second and you're hanging out with me, just watching these cases and whatnot, do that means the world to me. You have no idea. Where is this? Because I saw the YouTube chat. I thought I saw something purple on screen. I don't know what it was. I apologize if I'm not seeing. Oh, that was probably the message that I just put. I'm sorry. I just want to check this real quick. I don't know where the messages are coming through. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. I apologize. I saw that coming through. I saw it on one edge. I had completely forgotten I put that there. Sorry, let me check this real quick. Can't see it. It's crazy. I'm sorry. I just saw all those all the purple things on the screen, and I kind of freaked out a little bit, but nonetheless, we're starting tonight's show. This is True Crime Daily. King Angel Show presents True Crime. First one we're going to do tonight, we are going to New Hampshire. Title says, 17-year-old accused of fatally shooting his sister-in-law and young nephews. True Crime Daily, published October 6th, 2023. And we are going to Northfield, North. Crazy. Northfield, New Hampshire. And it says, a 17-year-old male stands accused of fatally shooting his sister-in-law and her 2 young children in their home last year, according to an October 4th news release from the New Hampshire Attorney General's office. A Merrimack County grand jury indicted Eric Sweeney on 3 counts of first-degree murder in connection with the deaths of 25-year-old Cassandra, 4-year-old Benjamin, and 23-month-old Mason Sweeney. The jury also indicted Sweeney on 1 count of falsifying physical evidence for allegedly trying to alter, destroy, conceal, or remove a Taurus .40 caliber handgun to intentionally compromise the investigation. On August 3rd, 2022, shortly after 11:30 a.m., Northfield police responded to 56 Wethersfield Drive and found the 3 victims. Each had died from a single gunshot wound. Police arrested Eric Sweeney on suspicion of the murders. According to WMUR-TV, due to the gravity of the charges, he was tried as an adult. Police logs obtained by the news source allege that Cassandra Sweeney's husband called officials in July 2022 and expressed he was worried about his family's safety. He reportedly told police he located a weapon in their garage, as well as others in the woods near their home. Eric Sweeney remains in custody. His arraignments have not yet been scheduled. Yikes. Damn, that's extremely sad. WMUR.com. Let's take the ad blocker off. Title says 17-year-old indicted on first-degree murder charges in deaths of New Hampshire mother, her sons. This is Kelly O'Brien, like I mentioned, WMUR.com. Let's watch this video really quickly. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, wait. Sorry about that. There we go. Okay. I'll restart this video again.
Been indicted in the killings of his sister-in-law and 2 young nephews. On August 3rd, 2022, police found 25-year-old Cassandra Sweeney, 4-year-old Benjamin Sweeney, and 1-year-old Mason Sweeney shot dead in their Northfield home. Eric Sweeney was arrested but not identified because he was a juvenile, but has now been transferred to adult court. The 17-year-old was indicted on 3 murder charges and falsifying physical evidence related to the gun used in the alleged killing. News 9 Investigates found police logs from July 2022 that showed a Northfield father called police concerned for his family's safety. That log showed Sean Sweeney called police about troubling comments someone was making around his home and told police he found a weapon in the garage and several others in the woods around his home, which made him worry about his toddler's safety. Now that we know Sean's brother has been indicted, legal analyst Patricia LaFrance says the defense could call into question his mental competency.
Well, certainly there might have been some red flags that were raised. Certainly, obviously, nobody could have predicted this would happen, but so there may very well be some underlying mental health issues with this individual.
And right now, Eric Sweeney is being held. He'll be arraigned in court on November 3rd. In Concord, Kelly O'Brien, WMUR News 9.
Damn. I wonder why he did it. Sorry. If you heard that, I think my neighbors are parking and whatnot. Let's see. I'm trying to see. Okay, so it says because of the severity of the charges, the case was transferred to adult court. Patricia LaFrance of the law firm Black LaFrance and Bollinger said that once a suspect has been deemed an adult, the case can't go back to juvenile court. Okay, so it says that the logs talking about how Sean Sweeney had called the police about comments. What do you guys think? This kind of sounds, I mean, and this is just me pulling information out of my ass, to be quite honest with you, because there is no official report on the motives. But I don't know, maybe if I were to guess, it seems like it's either revenge against the brother, or maybe the 17-year-old had like some extremely obsessive, I don't know, behaviors and thoughts towards his sister-in-law, and it caused him to do this heinous crime. But this is like really bad, because not only was it an adult, but I mean, there's two kids involved. Like, one is but 4, and the other kid's 1, was about to turn 2. That is crazy. So damn, sucks for the family. I wish they can find some peace during all this. It sucks though. It's one of the things I repeat a lot here, because Emma, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for being here. I say it a lot, especially when I read about these cases, but I mean, that's really all we can do as the ones reading these cases and learning about it. All you can do is wish the family the best and hope that they're able to grieve and somehow move forward. But I don't know, how the hell do you move forward from this? I don't know. I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. In this case, the brother, not the 17-year-old, but his brother, her name is Cassandra's husband, now has to live with this. Like, I was trying to think of a word that could have been a better a descriptive word as to what's happening, but let me tell you something. It's hard to even put a sentence describing this heinous crime, and damn, he has to go through his whole life now without his wife and his kids because they were taken from him, literally stripped from him. That's so sad. That is so sad. I've mentioned it here before. I have an aunt that lost her son, and it's like 20 something years ago, and that lady has never been the same, and he died of natural causes. So you can only imagine a situation like this. Heartbreaking. That's all I can say. I have grown a thick skin of sorts, I guess, since I started diving a lot more into true crime. But I'm only human, and every time we do these episodes, it chips away just a little bit at my heart and my empathy towards certain human beings. Horrible. All right, we're going to move on to the next case. we are going to Oklahoma. Title says, Oklahoma woman pleads guilty to fatally shooting daughter while trying to kill stray dog. True Crime Daily, published October 5th, 2023. And we are going to Tulsa. This says, a 43-year-old mother faces a maximum sentence of 8 years in federal prison for accidentally killing her 16-year-old daughter in Indian country in 2018. According to an October 2nd news release from the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Oklahoma, Amanda Muffet pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter in connection with her daughter's death. On the evening of October 5th, 2018, Muffet's daughter, identified by KSNF TV as Laramie Muffet, alerted her mother about a stray dog attacking kittens outside their home. Muffet reportedly went onto the porch and discharged a firearm at what she thought was the stray dog, but fatally shot her daughter instead. Damn. Muffet admitted in federal court that she did not confirm that her daughter was out of her line of fire. According to court documents obtained by KSNF, Muffet, a Cherokee Nation resident, was originally charged with first-degree murder in Nowata County District Court, but the case was dismissed after Muffet's attorney claimed she was wrongfully charged. The victim and her mother had allegedly been arguing before the shooting, and officials were initially unsure how many times Laramie Muffet had been shot. Amanda Muffet reportedly said she fired at the dog, causing it to run away. She also claimed the gun fired by itself after she dropped it on the ground. In a statement, U.S. Attorney Clinton Johnson said, "Every gun owner has a legal responsibility to use extreme caution when discharging a firearm. This case, unfortunately, highlights the potential tragic results absent from that caution." Muffet remains on supervised release until her sentencing, which has not yet been set. Yeesh. Wow. This is... I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I feel like they were trying to imply that there could have been a motive prior to the shooting because they were arguing, but I don't know. I don't know if let me tell you, if this was an actual intentional murder, then wow. She really sought out to kill her daughter. But I don't know. Maybe it's me. What do you think? Let me know in chat. Me personally, I don't think it was done on purpose. I mean, who was it? Wasn't it Dick Cheney that shot his best friend or something by mistake? I mean, a lot of people do say that it was intentional, but we don't really know. We weren't there. The report says that it was accidental, and he didn't mean to shoot his friend. I think it was Dick Cheney. It was one VP that did that. Very long time ago. He never faced any charges for it. And I'm not saying that this situation is the same, but there have been cases where a weapon has been discharged accidentally, or, someone was in someone else's line of fire and, they crossed the path, or whoever was shooting, wasn't thinking straight, not in a drunk kind of manner, or in an adrenaline kind of way. Not everyone handles themselves very well under pressure. So there have been many cases. I mean, human beings have been around for a very long time. Firearms have been around for a very long time. So it's not unheard of that these type of situations happen. But damn, it sucks because I don't even know what to say, to be quite honest with you. I think that there should be more, obviously, a lot more investigations done towards the motive, but you'd have to be a really evil person to have planned this, or because of that same adrenaline moment that I just mentioned, your choice was shooting your daughter. Yeah, that sounds... It doesn't sound impossible, but it sounds a lot more far-fetched than just it being accidental. Now, if you go through my YouTube videos a few weeks ago, or maybe like last week, I don't know, I uploaded a video of another case that we had read a few weeks ago about a babysitter that shot, or I think it was a mother or something, but they shot a kid because they were showing them like firearm safety. But as it turns out, it was intentional, and she actually did want to shoot the kid. So again, it could happen. This specific case, I don't think this is what necessarily went down, but we weren't there, so we don't know. This is only me speculating based off of the information that we just read. We'll go into KSNF's website and see if we can find a news video. No news video here. And the other website is the U.S. Attorney's Office, the statement that they put out, which also doesn't have a video. And True Crime Daily takes the information from these websites and posts it on their own website, so there isn't anything that could add more information to what we already know. So we'll move on to the next case, but again, this is pretty sad, and hopefully I'm right, and hopefully this was not the case and it was completely accidental, because wow, you have to be extremely evil for it to be intentional. Yeah, and I'm just realizing, I mean, yeah, could well be intentional, because it has happened in other cases that we've seen here. So wow, crazy how true crime makes you a skeptical when it comes to people's motives and actions. Crazy. All right, we're gonna move on to the next case, and we're going to Florida. True Crime Daily. Title says, Happy Face Killer Victim Identified 29 years after she was found dead near highway. Published October 4th, 2023. And we're going to Okaloosa County. And it says, officials have positively identified the last unknown victim of the infamous Happy Face Killer, thanks to advancements in DNA technology and genome sequencing. On Tuesday, October 3rd, Okaloosa County Sheriff Eric Aiden announced a Jane Doe who was found deceased on the side of a highway in September 1994 has been named as Susan Kellenberg. She was likely the sixth of 8 victims brutally murdered by Keith Jesperson, who was notoriously known as the Happy Face Killer because he sent letters to the press and signed each correspondence with a smiley face. Jesperson is currently locked up at Oregon State Penitentiary serving 7 life sentences for murdering 7 people between 1990 and 1995. Prosecutors are charging him in connection with Kellenberg's death. Kellenberg was killed in August 1994, and her body was left in a tree line off Interstate 10 near Holt in the Florida Panhandle. Inmates working on the side of the highway discovered her remains on September 14, 1994. According to Othram Inc., the company that helped positively identify Kellenberg, she was found wearing a long button-up dress with flowers and lots of jewelry, including a cord bracelet with beads, a cord necklace with pendants, a charm bracelet without the charm, and more. At the time, an investigation determined that Jane Doe was a white female between 35 and 55 years old. Kellenberg was 34 years old when she was killed. Law enforcement caught Jesperson in 1995. His crimes spanned the United States, with victims in California, Nebraska, Wyoming, Oregon, Washington, and Florida. He worked as a long-haul truck driver at the time of the murders. He spoke with Okaloosa County officials in 1996 and admitted to killing a Jane Doe in the area and leaving her body near Holt. He reportedly told a detective he believed the woman's name was Susan or Suzette. At the end of 2022, the District 1 Medical Examiner's Office teamed up with Othram to identify the Jane Doe whose identity eluded investigators for over 25 years. The Medical Examiner's Office sent DNA samples to Othram, who created a genealogical profile of the victim. The genetic genealogy team at Othram located a family member who submitted a DNA sample. The sample came back as a 100% DNA match, which led investigators to identifying the victim as Kellenberg. In September, exactly 29 years after Kellenberg's body was found, investigators and an assistant state attorney traveled to Oregon for an unannounced interview with Jesperson. Aiden said Jesperson talked openly about the murder and how it took place. Jesperson told the investigators he picked up Kellenberg at a truck stop in Tampa, then drove her up to the Panhandle, where they stopped at a rest area. He was reportedly parked next to a security truck, and when he sat down next to a sleeping Kellenberg, she allegedly started screaming and, quote-unquote, wouldn't stop. He became nervous because he could not have any unauthorized people in his truck. Aiden said Jesperson described brutally killing Kellenberg by allegedly using zip ties and his fist to cut off her airways. Aiden shared, thanks to the tireless efforts of so many over so long, the remains of Susan Kellenberg, the final unidentified victim of Jesperson's cross-country murder sprees, can finally leave the medical examiner's office and return home. Whoa. Wow. I mean, it's great that the remains were identified and the family can finally have some peace and have some closure when it comes to this case, because, I mean, was it 29 years? It's a very long time. I'd heard about this serial killer briefly. There's so many of them. It's just that some a lot more prolific than others, but there are so many. I recently saw a list of like all the serial killers that have committed crimes in the United States, and let me tell you something. That is an ever-growing list, because again, the Ted Bundys and the Ed Gaines and Henry Lee Lucases, those are the, I guess we can call the most famous cases. It's what everyone knows about, but there's a lot of places in the U.S. There's a lot of weird stuff that happens. There's a lot of crimes that are committed in the U.S. There is a whole bunch of unsolved murders, cold cases happening all the time. It's just that the sheer amount of them, it would be hard to keep up with it. For every case that we read here, there's like 30 of them happening at the same time while we read the case. So yeah, it's pretty expansive. Again, I mentioned that because I had only briefly read about the Happy Face Killer. We might just pick this same case and investigate a little bit about it and learn more about it, because I surely don't know much about the Happy Face Killer. So maybe that'll be the case that we'll pick for tonight after we're done reading these True Crime Daily cases, because I think it'll be pretty interesting. If you have already heard about the case, then it'll be a refresher for you. If you have never heard about this, or like me, have very minimum information about it, it's going to suit us very well, because we are going to learn a little more about this case. So hang in there with me until the end of the stream, and hopefully we'll be able to watch a video or two about Happy Face Killer. Maybe read about this serial killer too. Who knows? Hopefully we'll have enough time. True Crime Daily was nice enough to actually put a video here on their website, so that's always great. We'll watch this one. Hopefully it's not that long. We'll keep it to relevant information that has to do with the case. And I think that they have... they don't have actual videos like a news information and whatnot, a news video, but they have a news conference video about it, so... Oh, gotcha. It's the same video, so it doesn't matter. We'll watch this one, and we'll move on to another case afterwards. This video is titled News Conference, ID of Jane Doe Victim from September 1994, Happy Face Killer Keith Jesperson, Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office. Alright, let's check this video out. Woo!
Good morning. Thank you all for
that.
being here. Got some great, exciting news that we've been able to solve a homicide that's 30 years in the making. But first, before further ado, I want to introduce some special guests. We have Ginger Madden, our state attorney for the First Judicial Circuit. We have Michelle Sandler. She is the assistant. Michelle, come on up. Michelle Sandler from the Assistant State Attorney's Office. She's assistant state attorney. We have Chris Williams, special agent in charge out of that field office. Mark Zager, special agent, Florida Department of Law Enforcement as well. Dr. Deanna Oleski, chief medical examiner for District 1 medical examiner, who was critical in solving this case. Absolutely instrumental, her office was. Dan Shebler, which is director of operation, District 1 medical examiner's office. And Chrissy Neaton, chief investigator, District 1 medical examiner's office. Dave Nutting, which is law enforcement liaison for Othram. And then our own case investigators, investigator Kelly Henderson, and investigator Aaron Pittman. I think I did I leave anybody out? Oh no, I got you, Zager, and yeah, thank you. All right, so the last unidentified victim of the notorious Happy Face Killer has now been identified. She is no longer a Jane Doe. Keith Jesperson is now charged with murder and of the Jane Doe that we had previously known as Jane Doe since September of '94. He's been in prison in Oregon. He's already serving 7 life sentences for 7 other homicides.
Damn, they're going to add another one.
Between 1990 and 1995.
Really quickly, if you guys follow the Golden State Killer case, which is already concluded, but that's sort of how he was caught as well. They did a genealogical test based off of a napkin that they found, because they were already following him around and whatnot, because they had suspicions that it was him. So they went into a restaurant after he was there and took some napkins that he had used, processed that in a lab, and they cross-referenced it to 23andMe, so they uploaded the information, and it pinged with someone that is his close relative, and that's how everything was solved from that point on. So yeah, hooray for science, resolving these cases. I mean, think about it. We've read about cold cases. I mean, this is 30 years old. So just think about how long ago that was. Was it 1994, 95 when this happened? It's a very long time ago. Technology has helped advance the resolving of these cases threefold at this point, because without it, we'd have an even bigger number of cold cases that wouldn't be able to be resolved. So thank you, technology. Thank you, science, for getting us to this point. This allows closure, and it allows people to finally move on with their lives and be able to not put something behind them, but have that part of their life with some sort of closure to it. It's really important, because having that over your shoulders and just like dragging on through life, because you're just dragging at that point because you have that weight on you, and you know, rightfully so, with a loved one that is no longer like with us because of someone else. Crazy. One thing is like a natural cause and whatnot, it's, yeah, I know what happens, but when it's at the hands of some random piece of shit, let's just call him that, it's like ripping your soul out of your body, and then you have to like walk like a zombie all around places because you're numb to things, because you just went through this huge trauma. It's crazy. So again, not only is it resolving these cases, but it's also allowing some sort of comfort in people's lives. And life only knows that people need it after having gone through something like this. So, not necessarily a win-win, but at least it's a positive thing that happened. So, yay science. All right, moving on.
He was caught in 95 and admitted to killing 7 others, in addition to the one he was originally charged with, for a total of 8. He committed these while being a long-haul trucker and killed these women in 6 different states, to include California, Nebraska, Wyoming, Oregon, Washington, and Florida.
Cross country.
The relentless efforts of the OCSO, FDLE,
Crazy.
Florida Medical Examiner's Office, and the State Attorney's Office, as well as the private lamb Othram, it was instrumental in us solving this case. Otherwise, it would likely still be unsolved. The victim is now known that she was 34 years old, and her family is in Wisconsin. Her identity is known as Suzanne Schellenberg. It's spelled KJ, but it is pronounced SH, Schellenberg. Her family obviously wants privacy at this time. With the new events that have unfolded and details, they're obviously dealing with that, so please protect their privacy. In February 1996, Jesperson actually admitted to killing our victim. Unfortunately, we didn't know the identity of our victim, and it admitted to killing someone in this area and dumping her body. We had him as a suspect early on, just didn't have an identity for our victim. The identity was not learned until March of 2023, this year, and that was after the District 1 Medical Examiner's Office sent to Othram Inc., which out of Woodlands, Texas, and they are specialized in genealogy DNA analysis. That development sent so while at Othram during the analysis, it was determined that they were able to narrow down a family member, and a family member gave a sample, and it became 100% DNA hit for Suzanne Schellenberg.
Science.
The development sent our investigators Kelly Henderson, Aaron Pittman, and FDLE's investigator Mark Zager, as well as Michelle Sandler from the First Judicial Circuit, First Judicial State Attorney's Office, to interview Jesperson. This interview was unannounced. He did not know they were coming, but he fully cooperated. And exactly 29 years to the day after her body was found, they went to Oregon to interview him. He talked openly about the murder and how it took place. He picked her up at a truck stop in Tampa and brought her up to the Panhandle. We don't know exactly where this happened, but he describes it as a rest area. He describes brutally on how he killed her. He alleges that she was sleeping in his bed, I'm assuming of his rig, and he was allegedly parked next to a security guard, and when he went to sit next to her, she began to scream. He said she would not stop screaming. He was nervous because he was concerned because he was not allowed to have authorized riders, and so he used zip ties, electrical zip ties, to cut off her airway, and then further used his fist forcibly to cut off her airway to the point where she was deceased.
Wow.
She was the 6th victim out of the 8 victims. We believe she's the 6th one he killed. And he talked about the murder openly, and he dumped her body a short time later in Holt on the side of the I-10, and was discovered September the 14th of 94 by a inmate work crew that was working along doing landscaping, and the body was found in a tree line. He's known as the Happy Face Killer because he sent the media details of his homicides and would always end it with a smiley face. He kind of got caught himself because the first murder he committed in Oregon, some random lady just said she killed the female along with her abusive boyfriend, which was not true, and he got upset by this, so he started sending media letters describing it, and he got no attention with that, or not enough, so he sent it to authorities, to which ultimately landed his prosecution for that case. Unfortunately, not before several other women had been killed. His first victim was in Oregon.
Wow.
Suzanne deserves a voice, and we're that voice for her today, and this case has been years in the making. There's others here that I've already introduced that we're going to recognize, and they're going to be able to tell you about their roles of their entities and agencies and how they were involved. But I want to say that investigator Glenn Barbary, who's retired, and FDLE agent Dennis Haley, that are retired, they were initial case agents, and they were instrumental in us at least obtaining a suspect early on. It's unfortunate that it took this long to bring this case to justice. But before I conclude and bring them up here, and we'll do question and answers after these individuals get a chance to talk, I want to reiterate how proud I am from these investigative team that we have.
I'm proud too. Thank you for resolving this. That's a pretty good explanation. Added a few more details into the happy face killer. And yeah, it's information that we just read through. Very sad, the death in of itself, but I guess the positive that we can take out of all this, which is very rare that you can get something positive out of a case, but it's the reassurance that even if the crimes were committed 30, 40, 50 years ago, because of our current advancements in technology, there could be a huge possibility that it could be resolved. They just have to get to the actual case, but it's just amazing to see how far we've gone and how useful it has provided. How useful it has been to human beings, because the function that it provides allows us to get to the bottom of these heinous crimes. And I don't know, imagination me likes to think of a ghost that is still present on Earth because they can't move on because their death hasn't been resolved. Again, that's just me talking silly, but that's how I like to picture it. So like in this case, I could imagine like that, not necessarily soul, but that energy just wandering around can finally exit, because we now know. Crazy. You have to do something to balance out all the negativity that you hear in these true crime cases. So mine is just picturing that weird event there. Let me know what yours is if you are a true crime fanatic. Another thing I do is I watch like Facing Humanity Restored videos or like good news videos and whatnot, because yeah, too much of this can cause numbness, and as a human being, we don't want to, as human beings, and I'm not only talking about myself, but as human beings in general, we don't want to get to that point because there is no return after that. That's literally a path to this. It's important to feel empathy, and it's important to feel things. And if you're reading these cases, that you feel anger, or you're mad, or you're just sad, or whatever the case may be, but you have to feel something, because if you go numb and you just read these things out of fun, and the fact that you wouldn't even consider something like this fun, yeah, that's a problem there. So we go through this, we read it, we discuss it, but always keeping in mind that we have extreme empathy towards the victims and respect towards them. And that's a pretty standard rule on this channel. And we balance things out. Gotta balance it out. Gotta do it. It's too much. There's only so much that your ticker can take. And yeah, there's people that do this every day. There's people that report on true crime for a living. That is insane. I don't think it's as bad as being an interrogator at a police department, especially those interrogators that have to deal with these extreme cases, like, I don't know, a Chris Watts case, for example. That interrogator, bro, they should win awards, because having to swallow your own thoughts and feelings and all that, because you're trying to ask questions to be able to get to the bottom of what happened, that's crazy to me. That restraint that they have to not knock someone's teeth out right there in the spot, or I don't know, just like beat him into submission in that same point. I don't know how they do it. I wonder if they have rec rooms in police departments. They should. That should be a standard. When an interrogator goes through one of those long interrogations, and some of them go for hours. Once they're done with that, they can go into that rec room and just like break shit. Take all that out. That needs to be taken outwards, because if you keep that shit inwards, that just brews more men with podcasts. We don't want that. We don't need it anymore. That's it. I think the world has enough of that. All right, we're going to move on to the next case. We're going to West Virginia. Title says, West Virginia couple arrested after allegedly locking adopted children in barn for days at a time. True Crime Daily, published October 3rd, 2023. This is in Sissonville. And it reads, a welfare check led to the arrest of 2 people this week who allegedly confined their adopted children to a barn without proper food or water, according to a news release from Kanawha County Sheriff's Office. On Monday, October 2nd, at approximately 5:46 p.m., deputies were called out to the 200 block of Cheyenne Lane. No parents or caretakers were home, so deputies forced entry into the barn. Inside, the sheriff's office said deputies found a male and a female juvenile locked in a 20 by 14 foot room without running water or a proper bathroom, and they were obviously deprived of adequate hygienic care and food, according to a criminal complaint obtained by WCHS-TV. The caller, who requested the welfare check, told dispatchers they believed the victims were confined to the shed for days at a time. The caller reportedly saw 63-year-old Donald Lance open the door to talk to the children before he closed it and locked them in. The caller also said the children were allegedly forced to perform farm work and had to stay outside the home. According to WCHS, deputies observed just one table and a chair inside the barn. The children, who were wearing dirty clothes, allegedly emitted a strong body odor, indicating that they hadn't properly bathed for days. Deputies also noticed a concrete floor, plywood walls, and a camera in the corner of the room. During a search of the property, the sheriff's office discovered another small child locked inside the main home in an unprotected loft that was around 15 feet high. Kanawha County Sheriff's Office Sergeant Josh Lester told WCHS, it's a pretty bad case. Any type of situation like this is not really comparable to this horrific condition. It's just not how you want or how you would expect children to be raised or taken care of. The victim's adoptive parents, Lance and 61-year-old Jeanne Whitefeather, eventually arrived on scene and were arrested on felony charges of gross child neglect, creating a substantial risk of injury. According to WCHS, Whitefeather confessed to deputies that she and Lance left the children in the barn and they, quote-unquote, like it. The couple remains held in the West Virginia Regional Jail and Correction Facility on $200,000 bail each. Child Protective Services took custody of the 3 adopted children. So they adopted the kids for a paycheck. They were cashing in on the adoptive children. They were keeping them in these obscenely disgusting conditions while banking on them. Gotcha. They didn't mention anything about them getting paid, but if true crime cases have proven one thing, is that people will do anything for money. So that's what this kind of seems like, especially given the fact that there was a corner of that barn that had concrete plywood walls and a camera. Let me know in chat if you're thinking what I'm thinking. But let's just say there should be about 20 more serious charges that should be added to these adoptive parents. And I'm gonna do the bunny ears because they're not parents. They're just disgusting human beings that were cashing in on children. That's all I see. No sympathy coming from me. They should be locked up for a very long time. Bail should be $350,000 each. So that way, just making sure that they will never get out of jail. A few weeks ago, we read a case about parents that had neglected their kids to the point where there was like shit smeared on the house and whatnot, and there was like feces on the floor, and the children were like covered in like urine and blood and shit. Dude, whether it's adopted or you're having a child, again, people don't seem to realize the implications that come from having a child or adopting a child. That's a human being, and these children that were locked up in this barn are now going to be scarred children that are going to have to go through their life with trauma. Now they're going to have to go see therapists, and if they don't see therapists, then it's just brewing the next set of wounded adults that are going to go around the world committing dumb shit because they're hurt, or getting themselves into situations because they can't like deal with their past traumas and whatnot. Happens all the time. That's what this leads to, and I don't think people realize that, because these so-called adopted parents live in the moment. That's what it seems like, and aren't really thinking about what this could cause to people in the future. It's just so many things that go with it, and again, people aren't smart enough to put two and two together, and when there's money involved, people do a lot of crazy shit. So that's just my personal opinion. Let me know in chat what you think. Let me know if you agree. I mean, it's really hard not to agree that money makes people do very stupid, evil things. That we can agree on. But yeah, nonetheless, I personally think that the motive was money. And if they had not been found, and someone had not called law enforcement to have them go do a welfare check on that barn, those kids would have still been in there. So yeah. All right, let's check out WCHSTV.com. They have a video for us to watch. Hopefully, I can just watch the video and not have to do the whole ad block. Sorry. As you know, I don't have control over the volume of the video that's being played, so sometimes it'll just burst like this. I apologize. I would want to say that this is the only video this is going to happen, but I highly doubt it. This happens quite a number of times. So we'll watch this video, and again, I apologize for the volume. think I put it down enough.
To follow for you here at noon. 2 people have been arrested for child neglect after children were found locked inside a barn in Sissonville. Donald Lay and Sanjean Whitefeather both in jail right now on large cash-only bonds. Deputies say that they were called to Cheyenne Lane in Kanawha County after getting a 911 call from someone concerned about kids there. Hannah Klein is live outside the Kanawha County Courthouse with details on this case. Hannah.
Anthony, yesterday, police arrived at Cheyenne Lanes in Sissonville, where they later located 2 children locked inside of a barn. So let's kind of back up and talk a little bit about what led up to this call. Well, this all began after the 911 call yesterday evening regarding the safety of the children. Police say when they arrived to the property, they had to force their entry when they found a young boy and girl locked inside a 20 by 40 room in an unprotected loft 15 feet high. Well, police tell us they had no way to exit the barn, no running water, no restroom, and were severely deprived of care. The adoptive parents, Donna Ray Lance and Jean K. Whitefeather, were not at the home but were later arrested. Well, I spoke to neighbors who were too scared to go on camera, but tell me the family just moved to the area a few months ago and have actually called the police on the family multiple times. They say it's heartbreaking and they're glad that these children are safe.
It's a pretty bad case. I mean, it's you know, in any type of situation like this, it's not really comparable. A horrific condition, like it's just not how you want or how you would even expect children to be raised or been taken care of. So it's definitely a bad situation.
And Lance and Whitefeather were arrested on felony charges of child neglect, creating a substantial risk of injury. The Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigations Section are investigating along with Child Protective Services. Now, if you have any information on this investigation, you're advised to call the Kanawha County Sheriff's Office. But for now, live in Kanawha County, Hannah Klein, Eyewitness News.
All right, Hannah, thank you. And you can continue to follow updates to the story on our website, WCHSTV.com.
Oh yeah, that was. They did that for money. Oh yeah, 100%. There's no denying that they were cashing in on those kids, and the last thing they had in their mind was them getting caught for it. Or because of it. Yep, there's something fishy here, and it smells like money. It really does. I hope they do a deeper investigation. Again, I hope they do a deeper investigation, because why was there a corner with a camera and a set of like plywood and concrete floor? Yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. And besides the adoptive part, like they were receiving money from the government because they adopt children and whatnot, I'm kind of inclined to believe that maybe they were making money in another way as well. I'm just saying. If you agree, let me know in chat. But yeah, that's what it seems like to me. It seems like those kids were not only being neglected, but they were being abused too. They were. Oh yeah. All right, moving on. Next case, we're going to Indiana. True Crime Daily. Title says, Indiana woman sentenced for dismembering husband and making her kids help move the body. Published October 2nd, 2023. And we're going to LaPorte. A judge sentenced a 36-year-old woman to more than 6 decades in prison for fatally shooting her husband and dismembering his body while forcing her children to help dispose of the remains. Court records show Thessalonica Allen received 57 years for murder, 4 years each for 2 counts of contributing to the delinquency of a minor, 1 year for abuse of a corpse, 5 years for altering the scene of death, and 1 year each for 2 counts of neglect of a dependent. Some of the sentences will run concurrently, coming out to a total of 63 years behind bars. A jury found Allen guilty August 8th. According to the probable cause affidavit shared by WSBT-TV, on July 28, 2021, Allen's ex, Rory Walker, the father of one of her children, went to her apartment because she claims her husband, Randy Allen, was beating Walker's child. When Walker arrived, Allen reportedly led him to a closet where she left Randy Allen's body. Allen asked Walker to assist her in transporting the body to her car, but Walker refused. Allen drove Walker back to his home in Michigan, and, on the way there, she said she had to shoot Randy because he was beating on her and her kids. The children also reportedly told Walker they heard a loud bang during Thessalonica and Randy Allen's argument. When they got to Walker's home, Allen threw the gun toward him, then she left. Walker called police July 29th. LaPorte police detectives located Allen in an Ace Hardware parking lot. She reportedly started crying and told the detectives, "You guys don't understand. He beats me." Detectives took her into custody and interviewed her once at the station. Allen admitted to shooting and killing Randy Allen during a physical fight because her children told her he beat them. He allegedly began choking her, and when he freed her, she grabbed her gun and shot him. She then left his body in her daughter's closet. Investigators obtained a search warrant for her apartment and discovered Randy Allen's dismembered body inside a tote. In a second interview, she said she had to cut off Randy's legs because she wasn't able to fit them inside the tote. The affidavit says Allen panicked and used an axe to dismember him. Detectives also spoke with the children, who heard Thessalonica and Randy Allen's fight. They reportedly said Randy saw a website that their mom had visited while he helped them out with their homework and got upset. Thessalonica and Randy argued in the bedroom. Then the children heard a bang. They ran inside and Randy was on the ground asking for help and asking the kids to call 911. Thessalonica, however, allegedly told them not to call 911 and to go to their rooms. Allen woke them up in the middle of the night to help her move Randy Allen's body and put it in her car, but they couldn't because he, quote unquote, was too heavy. The next day, Allen obtained an axe and other cleaning supplies. She reportedly asked them to help her drag the body back into the bedroom, and once again woke them up later to move his body. One of the children told detectives he saw Randy's legs were cut off at that point and saw his mother had put Randy's legs in a plastic bag. She asked her kids again to put the body in her car, but the children struggled again to pull the weight. Allen reportedly had plans to take the vehicle and body to South Bend and set it on fire. During the search, police reportedly found a checklist with items that included get drugs from friend, get Ziploc bags, and put gun/drugs in car under seat while in car. She allegedly wanted to call someone to report he had the gun and illicit substances in the vehicle. A second note reportedly said, number 1, spray shit in face, hit him in right knee with hammer. Number 2, hit with hammer/stab him. Number 3, roll body up in sheets and plastic bags, and other instructions. According to the affidavit, one of his arms had been removed as well. Randy Allen's autopsy showed he sustained a gunshot wound to the right arm, which entered his chest and abdomen. It struck his spinal cord, which the medical examiner concluded that it was most likely prohibited the decedent from moving as he bled out. WSBT reports one of Randy Allen's relatives told Allen at her sentencing hearing, "You are strictly the devil." She reportedly responded, "So was he." People are going insane. Wow. Holy shit. It's going to be really hard to not get first-degree murder. I mean, as much as she wants to say that he beat her and whatnot, it's going to be really hard for her to get out of receiving first-degree murder during a sentencing. I mean, that's my personal opinion, because obviously it was premeditated. She knew exactly what she was doing. Obviously, I'm not going to defend him if he was beating on her and her kids. But the note part, it's 3 separate notes. I'm sorry, 2 separate notes. I apologize. That just changes the whole game, because now we know that there's intent behind everything. So that just makes it a whole lot worse for her, because, again, even if he was beating her, the fact that it was all planned just does away with whatever he did. And that sucks, because, again, I'm not defending him at all. He should have been put in jail if he put his hands on her. But holy shit. She chopped his legs off. And his arm too. Yep. Yeah, not looking good for her. Not looking good. She can't claim insanity, so she can't go down that route. Wow. She literally wrote, "Spray shit in face, hit him in the right knee," describing to the T what she was going to do. I mean, she didn't do it, but she did some of it, or at least tried. And then getting her kids involved in it. Wow. I'm telling you, there are some people that have a special case of evil that is insane to me. Like, she woke her kids up a few times to have them help her with the body. I mean, she was charged for it. One of the things that she was charged with was 4 years each for 2 counts of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Wow. That is so crazy. WSBT.com. Title says LaPorte County woman sentenced to 63 years for husband's murder, dismemberment. This is a picture of the perpetrator. Okay, so it says, testimony presented at trial indicated the couple was arguing over a social media post seen by Mr. Allen that made him think she was interested in another man. At one point, Mr. Allen told her he was leaving. According to the testimony, she told him he was not leaving, then pulled out a gun and shot him in the arm. The bullet ricocheted toward his ribcage and came to rest in his spinal cord, authorities said, which is what we read before. According to prosecutors, Miss Allen manipulated her children into helping her clean up the bloody crime scene and drag the body outside, but it was too heavy for them to lift into her vehicle, which is what one of the children reportedly said to the police officer. Wow. Miss Allen, claiming to be a battered wife, claimed self-defense and that her husband lunged at her before she fired the gun. But it says here, after sentencing, LaPorte County Deputy Prosecutor Julianne Havens said there were no bruises or other injuries discovered on Miss Allen following her arrest or any other evidence of him striking her physically. The plot thickens. Holy shit, listen to this. Havens said the notes also contained the names of people she felt would help her carry out the plot. Damn, I wonder if you put her children's name on that. Could you imagine that the first 2 names on top are the names of her stepchildren or her children? But is it like children or stepchildren? Sorry. Stepchildren. Yeah, it was 4 stepchildren total. People really are going insane. And they found the notes too. Damn. Shit, there's no way to get out of that one. We're going to North Carolina. True Crime Daily. Title says, North Carolina woman sentenced for fatally shooting co-worker at furniture manufacturer. Published October 2nd, 2023. This is in Hickory, North Carolina. It says a 52-year-old woman will serve 20 to 25 years in prison for fatally shooting a 51-year-old victim at their workplace and fleeing to Arizona with her husband, according to a news release from the Catawba County District Attorney's Office. On September 28th, Judge Bradley Letts sentenced Tangela Louise Parker for the second-degree murder of Felicia Michelle Marlowe. On January 13th, 2021, Parker shot Marlowe in the chest with a .357 Magnum revolver at TCS Design, a furniture manufacturer. Afterward, Marlowe reportedly attempted to run away, but Parker fired a shot in the back of her head. Hickory police officers in Catawba County Emergency Medical Services responded to the scene and located Marlowe lying on the floor before she succumbed to her injuries. Upon further investigation, police learned Parker and Marlowe did not get along, and there had been some incidents between the two women that led to the defendant screaming and cussing at the victim. According to the district attorney's office, witnesses heard Parker make disparaging and threatening comments directed toward Marlowe before the fatal shooting. A week before the incident, Parker was reportedly suspended from her job for 3 days without pay after witnesses reported she instigated a confrontation with Marlowe, who hardly responded to the outbursts. The district attorney's office said Parker's husband, Eric, who also worked for TCS Design, was downstairs at the time of the shooting. When he and his co-workers heard gunshots, Parker went upstairs to his wife, and they fled the scene. According to the district attorney's office, the Parkers created fake identities, stole a license plate, and remained on the run for 6 months before law enforcement officials caught up and apprehended them. The Parkers were arrested in Arizona on fugitive warrants in July 2021, and they were extradited back to Catawba County in August 2021. Officials found the suspected murder weapon in their car. Letts addressed the court following Parker's sentencing, saying, "Michelle did nothing wrong. It's with a heavy heart I'll tell you that bad things, unspeakable things happen to good people. I wish that were not the case. Nothing that happened was deserved by Michelle." Chief Assistant District Attorney Tim Gould said Parker gave this victim no chance during the shooting, adding, "It's not just a murder, it's an execution." Parker's attorney reportedly said she suffered from diminished capacity and couldn't recall what she did. Parker allegedly used Xanax for panic, anxiety, and depression, which medical professionals pointed out that it may have contributed to an altered state of consciousness on the day of the fatal shooting. Some of Marlowe's family members, including her daughter, Michaela, were present in court. Michaela described her mother as the human form of goodness and peace. Tangela Parker will serve her sentence in the North Carolina Division of Adult Corrections. Her husband's case has not yet been tried. She ran. That right there just tells me that it was intentional. Shot her in the back of the head. Not only did she shoot her the first time, then she followed her and then shot her another time in the back of the head. Fled the scene with her husband that worked in the same place and was on the run for 6 months. And she would have the nerve to stand in front of a jury during her case and say that it was all a misunderstanding, that she didn't mean to do it. She's not guilty. Why did you run? See, that's the thing. If she would have stayed at the scene of the crime, there could have maybe been some way that she could have said that it wasn't intentional and it was just in the heat of the moment. Could have been, like a manslaughter or something like that. But no, man, she saw her try to run away and she shot her in the back of the head. Execution style. Yep. This might as well would have had her kneel down on the floor and put her hands on her head, on the back of her head. Same thing. She deserves to be in prison for a very, very long time. And, yeah, man, she suffered from a diminished capacity. What the fuck did she have a gun for? See that even a rational gun owner would probably, question this and be like, how the hell did this person have a gun if she takes medication for anxiety and depression and stuff? I'm not saying that you can't own a gun even though you have any, sort of like mental trauma, or you're going through anything in life, or you have a disability or whatever. I mean, obviously you're entitled to carry, but if it's reported medically, then there should be some cases that you're like, you know what, maybe this person should not own a gun. Maybe someone that has extreme cases of like depression, or maybe they shouldn't own a gun. I'm just saying, I truly believe that a reasonable gun owner could agree with what I'm saying, because it makes sense. Let me know in chat if you think differently. I could well be wrong. She suffered from a diminished capacity, but she shot her in the back of the head. I mean, she still had to aim and pull the trigger and shoot in a certain direction so that it could hit the back of this person's head. I'm no gun expert, but isn't that why people go to the ranges, to be able to master how to properly not only hold a gun and discharge it, but to know what fucking direction you're shooting the gun at? So, yeah, I don't know about the diminished capacity if the person was able to aim that gun and shoot it and hit that person in the back of the head and kill her, and then have the capacity to understand that what they did was a crime and grab their things and flee for 6 months. I don't know, man. That's just me. That's just me. Let me know your opinion. Let me know if you agree with me or not. I would love to know your opinion. Let me know in chat. I'm glad she's in jail. She took someone's life like this over some petty argument. Who the fuck knows why these people were arguing? But lately, people are just so quick to draw a gun on someone else, as if their lives had no meaning or purpose, or no one loves that other person. It's like, dude, you understand that people love other people. You understand there's people that have family members that they're loved, and you're like taking that away from someone. Not only you're taking their life, but you're taking someone's love away from them. Crazy. All for an argument. People need to calm down. It's not that serious. It's not that serious. I posted a comment on Instagram, and it was a completely inconsequential comment that someone could have just read that and moved on with their life. It neither added nor diminished in someone's life. It had no purpose, no meaning. It was just a random comment I put on a picture. And I kind of wish I didn't. If I would have known that it was going to cause that ruckus, I would have probably just not done it. I would have saved myself the time. And I think it's because people are taking things way too seriously. It's not that serious. Your life is way more serious than that. The value of your life is way more serious than any sort of ridiculous argument or discussion that you're having with someone. And it's just utterly confusing to me that all throughout human time on this earth, there have actually been people that don't give two flying fucks about someone else's life. Not one bit. Not a care in the world. And that's crazy to me. That is insane. How this person did this, why this person chose to take this action. My cat says hi. There you go. Says hi to you. Says thank you so much for being here. I don't know, man. Again, people need to calm down. It's not that serious. Not enough to draw a gun on someone like that and end their life. It's not that serious. All right, let's move on to the next case. And I'd love for you guys to come here to California with me. True Crime Daily. Title says, a California man accused of fatally shooting missing girlfriend, dismembering and burning her body. Published October 6, 2023, and this is in Gilroy. And it says, a 31-year-old man faces a murder charge after his missing girlfriend's remains were located and positively identified this week. Alyssa Salazar was reported missing to the Gilroy Police Department on August 10th, and her family said they had not seen her since July. KTVU-TV reports her last known sighting was July 26th, as she left a library in Salinas and got into her boyfriend's Honda Accord. On April 27th, almost exactly 3 months prior to her disappearance, Salazar reportedly went to Gilroy police and said her boyfriend, Ivan Escobedo, assaulted and raped her. Police issued a warrant for his arrest. Around the same time, he allegedly contacted Salazar's family and said he would kill them. According to the Mercury News, Gilroy police issued a warrant for Escobedo's arrest in May, but he was not taken into custody until late August. Police conducted a traffic stop after seeing his Honda Accord, and while looking at the vehicle, officers reportedly noticed red-brown stains on the front passenger door frame and front passenger seat foam. They also discovered a 9mm handgun in the vehicle. Gilroy police said detectives executed a search warrant on a property in an unincorporated Santa Clara County and discovered human remains. The Santa Clara County Medical Examiner and the Santa Clara County District Attorney's Crime Laboratory positively identified the remains as Salazar's. The Mercury News reports Escobedo's sister has ties to the property. A witness nearby reportedly told detectives they saw a fire burn for several days in barrels next to the trailer in late July 2023. They located a barrel with burned human bones, including pieces of rib, skull, and hand, inside. Detectives also reportedly found blood evidence in a bathtub. Other witnesses allegedly told police Escobedo confessed to fatally shooting Salazar, dismembering her, and burning the remains. Officials sent the remains to a crime lab for DNA testing, which came back as a match for Salazar. The medical examiner officially declared her deceased after that. Investigators subsequently identified Escobedo, who was already in custody, as their primary suspect. He is now being charged with murder. Ballsy. Wow, audacious. Audacious. He was just wandering around in a vehicle with red-brown stains on the front passenger seat. What is diddle-daddling around with a 9mm handgun in the vehicle, which is not like a bad thing. Although, albeit California is not an open carry state, just had it there, probably displayed in his vehicle. Because obviously, he thought that he was in the right. Being as he was just, again, wandering around, driving, and he just so happened to be stopped by a Leo, and that's how they discovered all of these things. I mean, they didn't discover the human remains that was found in a barrel later on, but what's interesting is that they found blood evidence in a bathtub, so they didn't even take the time to clean that. Like it's like he wanted to be caught. He made no attempts to cover his tracks at all. So that's why I call him ballsy, because either he's the stupidest person in the world, or he just really doesn't give a shit, and he didn't give the consequences of his actions, and he minds it all. Either or, he's still a piece of shit, and I hope he stays in jail for the rest of his life. I really do. That's someone's daughter, someone's sister, friend, best friend, acquaintance, family member. Hell, I even go so far as to say that could be someone's enemy. And, yeah, taken away by some asshole. It's crazy. Let's see if there is... Okay, we'll check this one out first. This is KTVUTV.com. It's Fox. It's a Gilroy man charged for allegedly grisly killing dismemberment of girlfriend. And we have a video right here. So let's check it out. After I disable the ad blocker.
As long as I'm alive, I'm gonna be your worst nightmare.
A heartbroken sister in disbelief and searching for justice following a gruesome crime in Gilroy. Police say a man shot and killed his girlfriend before dismembering and then burning her body.
Our crime reporter Henry Lee explains the victim had accused him of raping her.
And may God never have your daughters run into a man like you. You're a pig.
Anguished thoughts from Jessica Salazar, whose sister Alicia was
murderer.
allegedly shot, dismembered, and her remains set on fire by her boyfriend, a father of 2 daughters. 31-year-old Ivan Alfaro Escobedo was charged with murdering his girlfriend at this farm near Gilroy, months after she had accused him of raping and assaulting her.
Alicia will come to you every night in your dreams, and I hope you see her every time you look at me and my sister. I hope you see her face.
Authorities say Escobedo shot and killed his 33-year-old girlfriend in his car at a relative's farmland property, cut up her body in a bathtub, and then burned the remains. A witness reported seeing a fire burn for several days in barrels on his land back in July. Police say they found bloodstains in the bathtub and in the front passenger seat of his Honda Accord.
It was definitely a violent act.
Gilroy Police Sergeant Lamont Tony says investigators were grateful they found her remains after months of not knowing what happened to her. The investigation began in April when Salazar told police Escobedo had raped and assaulted her. In July, police say Escobedo called the victim's sister and grandmother, threatening to kill his girlfriend and her family if she reported the rape.
I would just urge anyone that's involved in a domestic violence relationship to seek out help, seek out the police's help, or seek out help that's out there either from friends, family.
Her family says she did just that. As for Escobedo, he refused to come to court.
Because he's a coward.
The judge ordered the defendant held without bail, saying if he was released, he'd be a danger to the public. In San Jose, Henry Lee, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
And help is available to anyone who has been affected by domestic violence. You can call the National...
Very important number. I'm going to read it to you. It's 1-800-799-SAFE. That is a 1-800-799-7233. This is a national domestic violence hotline. Use it. Use it. Call 911. You don't have to take that. You don't have to take it. You don't have to. At all. Not 1 minute, not 1 bit, not 1 beat. Nothing. At all. You are worthy of living a safe, decent, loved life. And you don't need to go through this shit. I'll repeat the number one more time. That's 1-800-799-7233. Or you can text 1-800-787-3224. That's 3224. I don't know, man. There's like dumb men that think, not think. I'm sorry. Dumb men that are surprised at women's reaction to men, and it perplexes me because I don't understand how hard it is to understand that we are the biggest threat to women. We've done such a horrible job as men that we are the number one killers of women. Period. There's nothing else worse for a woman than a man. That shit is crazy. These dumb men out there talk about protecting and what are you protecting? There's cases like this that happen all the time. Dominican Republic, where I'm from, fucking riddled with this patriarchy, misogynistic bullshit, and it happens a lot. There's a lot of feminicides in Dominican Republic. There's a lot of feminicides in this country too. There's a lot of abuse towards women. There's a lot of hate and just saw one just right now. He not only raped her, he killed her, and he dismembered her body, and he burned it. And you're surprised as a guy that women have to do all these things to keep themselves safe? You're dumb, bro. If anything, you should be embarrassed. I'm embarrassed by that. I'm embarrassed that women can't feel safe around men because of all the shit that we've done to women. That's embarrassing. As a society, as an individual, forming part of men, it's despicable, and it's fucking embarrassing, and it's whatever, man. You don't have to take it. Call the popo. And if that doesn't work, just anything. You don't have to take it. It's been going on for way too long. And these pathetic men are just popping up like Poland in spring. I don't know what the hell is happening. They're like multiplying. And it's crazy. We need to put a stop on that. It needs to be cut out, nipped from the bud. I mentioned it here before, dude. Louis C.K. he has that joke. He says, dude, the biggest threat to a man is heart disease. A biggest threat to a woman is a man. That's embarrassing, dude. That's crazy. And I'd love to hear a guy's take on that. Another guy. I'd love to hear what kind of stupidity some dude would want to say to justify any of that crap. There's data that proves all this. Check it out real quick. That's what we do here. I'm gonna check it out real quick. Okay, so let's do 2022. We'll do it by state. Okay, so let's read from the NCADV, which is the I had the name right here. I'm sorry. The National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Let's be more specific. Okay. So, data is amazing because you can't argue against data because it's there for us to read and understand and discuss. So, listen to this. On average, nearly 20 people per minute are physically abused by an intimate partner in the United States. During 1 year, this equates to more than 10 million women and men. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men experience severe intimate partner physical violence, intimate partner contact sexual violence, and or intimate partner stalking with impacts such as injury, fearfulness, post-traumatic stress disorder, use of victim services, contraction of sexually transmitted diseases, etc. So, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced some form of physical violence by an intimate partner. This includes a range of behaviors. Slapping, for example, shoving, pushing, and in some cases might not be considered domestic violence, quote unquote. Should put just like one thing straight. while there are degrees, it is still abuse. It's not only physical. Abuse can be emotional. Abuse can be verbal. Abuse can be monetary. Abuse can be a wide range of things. It's not only physical. And in a lot of circumstances, they're all linked together. And one thing leads to the other, or because of one thing, the other ones are also added as well. Or one start off with one and then you end up with a whole bunch of the other ones. That's how it goes. Well, let's read a little bit more on this data. So, 1 in 7 women and 1 in 25 men. One more time for the people in the back. 1 in 7 women and 1 in 25 men have been injured by an intimate partner. Do you understand the disparage between those two statistics? 1 in 7 women and 1 in 18 men have been stalked by an intimate partner during their lifetime, to the point in which they felt very fearful or believed that they or someone close to them would be harmed or killed. 1 in 7 women and 1 in 18 men. That's a huge gap. 1 in 7 women and 1 in 25 men have been injured by an intimate partner. I'm not saying it doesn't happen to men, but it's obvious that the statistics towards women is a lot worse. Men are, without a doubt, the main threat for women. On a typical day, there are more than 20,000 phone calls placed to domestic violence hotlines nationwide, like the number that I just read previously. The presence of a gun in a domestic violence situation increases the risk of homicide by 500%. And we just read this case that forms part of this 500%, because he had a gun. He raped her and then he shot her. And then everything else that happened after. 19% of domestic violence involves a weapon. Women between the ages of 18 and 24 are most commonly abused by an intimate partner. That's most commonly. It's not taking away from any other age. Any age you can be abused. It's not anything that's specific to just a certain ages and whatnot. We've read it here in these true crime cases, so trust me on this one. Domestic victimization is correlated with a higher rate of depression and suicidal behavior. Only 34% of people who are injured by intimate partners receive medical care for their injuries. Rape. 1 in 5 women and 1 in 71 men. 1 in 5 women and 1 in 71 men. Not taking away from the fact that it can happen to a man, but goddamn are these statistics pretty far from each other. Almost half of female, which is 46.7%, and male, which is 44.9% of victims of rape in the United States were raped by an acquaintance. Of these, 45.4% of female rape victims and 29% of male rape victims were raped by an intimate partner. Wow. Homicide. A study of intimate partner homicides found that 20% of victims were not the intimate partners themselves, but family members, friends, neighbors, persons who intervened, law enforcement responders, or bystanders. 72% of all murder-suicides involve an intimate partner. 94% of the victims of these murder-suicides are female. 94% of the victims of these murder-suicides are female. And then there are men that have the nerve to read this and say, it's all made up. Yeah, bro. It's time that we start taking some fucking responsibility for actions of men in general, instead of thinking that it's like a hyper-individualized thing and it's only that man. It's not all men, bro. Until we prove the contrary, it's all of us. And we have to do something to change this. We got to do something, because this is crazy. And these percentages just keep increasing with time. And goddamn, as men, dude, we need to take responsibility. We need to take charge on these things, and not only so much not do it ourselves, but dude, it's like confront fucking men that do this to women. Confront them. Have them bring that same energy towards a man. Stepping up for, women. Not to say that women aren't stepping in for themselves. And an even bigger amount than before. And I'm very happy about that. I've mentioned it here before. Ladies, Carrie. Ladies, Second Amendment. Second Amendment with your name on it. Gotta do it. Gotta keep yourself protected. Yeah. Isn't that something, huh? If you want to look at it from an economic perspective, it says victims of intimate partner violence lose a total of 8.0 million days of paid work each year. The cost of intimate partner violence exceeds $8.3 billion per year. Between 21 and 60% of victims of intimate partner violence lose their jobs due to reasons stemming from the abuse. So not only is it the abuse in and of itself, but it's also financial too. I mean, with what desire does a person want to work when their personal life is in shambles in that way? They're being abused by their partner, or by a family member, or some shit like that. Between 2003 and 2008, 142 women were murdered in their workplace by their abuser. 78% of women killed in the workplace during this time frame. Mind you, this was 2008. This is, 14 years ago? Pretty sure that percentage is a lot higher now. Here's the different forms of violence and abuse. There's domestic violence and economic abuse. There's domestic violence and guns, domestic violence and physical abuse. There's domestic violence and emotional or psychological abuse, sexual assault. There's even like fucking domestic violence and pets too. Bro, man. Let's see what this PDF says. Not keen on opening PDFs like this, but trying to see if I can get some information. Okay. I'm actually gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'll download this and join the Discord, the King Angel Show, and what I'll do is I will send it to you through Discord. I'll post it on the general chat. It's really important that we have this information. It's not only for women, but it's good to know that there is all this data and information out there that we can just read through and get a better grasp at what, the different types of abuse and how we can recognize it. And on top of that, understanding that there are ways for you to combat it. You're not alone. You're not alone. I may sound corny. I find myself sounding a little bit corny at times, but I'm just, I don't know. I'm really passionate about equality. I'm really passionate about, human beings and how we've not only gotten to the point where we are right now, but I just think it's very interesting to see how we're trying to get ourselves out of it. And I don't know, man, I'm trying to be some sort of positivity in people's lives, because it's already pretty bad as it is. And if I can maybe give some sort of information in regards to, like, in this case, domestic violence, I'm gonna do that. And it makes me feel really good to be able to talk about this and, go through these statistics with you and stuff. Because again, everything that we cover on this show is real life. This is real life. This happens. This is probably happening right now while I'm talking about this topic. And that's pretty sickening to just even fathom. So yeah, the more information we have, the more we know, the better we can serve. Again, in my case, the better I can serve this community and not only bring you some sort of entertainment, but also actual factual information that can be useful. It's not all the gloominess of true crime, but trying to be some sort of like, this is such a corny thing for me to say, but some sort of like ray of light in the midst of all this eerie darkness. Whatever. All right. Moving on. We're going to Florida. Title says, Florida man allegedly showed gun at football game because parent said their son was better than his. Published October 6th, 2023. This is True Crime Daily, and we're going to Leesburg, Florida. And it says, police took a 40-year-old man into custody after he allegedly retrieved his gun at a youth football game because a parent from the opposing team said their son was better than his. According to a probable cause affidavit, on September 30th at 6:46 p.m., Leesburg police responded to Leesburg High School after several people called to report a man carrying a gun on campus and threatening people. The suspect, who police identified as Kwan Asom, allegedly tried to leave the scene in a gray Dodge pickup truck. Officers, however, arrived in time to conduct a traffic stop in the school's parking lot. Police told Isom and his wife to get out of the car. His wife exited the vehicle, cooperated with commands, and informed police Isom had a gun. Isom allegedly began arguing with police and even threatened to kill the canine on scene. Once he exited the car, he reportedly refused to get on the ground when ordered to by police, so he was eventually escorted to the ground and detained. The affidavit said Isom's wife told police they attended the matchup because their young son plays in a Pop Warner football team, a youth league. The game was going on at the same time as the Leesburg High School homecoming. Isom allegedly argued with parents from the opposing team, which is when the parent made a remark about their son being better than his, and it upset the defendant. Isom allegedly walked back to his car, and spectators in the area saw him retrieve the gun and place it in his waistband. The parents subsequently fled the scene. Police wrote in the affidavit, Isom carelessly and openly displayed the firearm during the school-sanctioned event of homecoming and the Pop Warner football game. Isom's wife reportedly rushed to him and urged him to calm down and get in the truck. His wife reportedly told the responding officers she made Isom place the gun under the driver's seat. She said Isom was drunk, which police confirmed after finding empty beer bottles and whiskey. Police also located a revolver that was ready to fire due to the location of the round in the cylinder. Issam has 11 prior convictions, so by law, he is not allowed to own a gun. Lake County Jail records show Issam was booked on charges of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, possession of a gun on school property, carelessly exhibiting a weapon, and resisting without violence. His bond is set at $40,000. People need to calm down, dude. They need to chill. It's not even that serious, dude. It's not. It's not. Dude, maybe the other kid is really better at football than this person's son. Who cares? Who cares? For you to take out a gun and threaten to kill someone because they said something that it's kind of in their right to say. People forget we have the First Amendment. I'm not understanding. I mean, albeit it is against. It's a First Amendment speech against government interference, or like, you know, government can't control your speech and whatnot. But I mean, it's not like he was insulting the person, or he was, you know, being racist, or any of the, what is it, 4 or 5 that you have to like stay away from completely and not do. Racism is one of them. He just said that his son was better than the other person's son. How many other people probably said the same thing too about each other's kids? It's not even that serious, and then that kid is just few days from now, I probably would have never even remembered something like that. If he would not have said anything, his son would have never found out that some random dude said that their son was better than him. The kid would have never known. He would have lived his whole life without ever finding out about that situation. Probably would have been like 30, sitting on a dinner table with his parents, and his father would have probably brought that up out of nowhere. Hey, remember that time? I don't think I've ever told you this. This so-and-so happened, and this, and that, and that's it. But now, it's a whole thing over an argument that has absolutely no meaning to it. No consequences. It's inconsequential, has no bearing on the world. Hell, he could have been talking about anything, math, science, whatever the case may be. He probably was just trolling and just said it to be able to cause a reaction, and you took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. And now you have to deal with like Leo and going to court and all these court proceedings and whatnot because someone said that their son was better than yours. So quick to draw a gun. If you're so pissed off at that person, why not just fight them? You too bare no, just do it like Friday. Just bop each other in the head. Have a fair fight. But you take out a gun, dude, and that's just you proving that A, you don't know how to fight, and B, you're only way of escaping a problem is by causing an even bigger one. So sad. A good thing no one was hurt. A good thing he didn't discharge that weapon. It's a good thing that no one was killed. This could all be, you know, resolved either with him being in jail for a few weeks, or probably take like a plea deal, whatever the case may be, bail, whatever. I hope he learned his lesson and he doesn't do it again. I mean, mind you, this person had 11 prior convictions. So the fact that he even had a gun just added another conviction to his 11. So what is it, 12, 13 now? Fucking dumb, dude. So dumb. So dumb. Again, all for someone that is probably going to go home and make fun of you because of this. And that's it. And you have to deal with all this, and that other person's going to be living their life. Not a care in the world. Calm down. Just got to calm down. It's not even that serious. It's not worth it. We're going to Indiana. Title says, Mom allegedly hit son with hammer because she thought they were being sold into slavery. Sex slavery. Published October 6th, 2023, True Crime Daily, and we're going to Fort Wayne. And it says, a 32-year-old mother allegedly hit and severely injured her 10-year-old son with a hammer and then stabbed herself because she was reportedly worried about being sold into sex slavery. The Fort Wayne Police Department responded to the 1200 block of Rolfe Avenue on Tuesday, October 3rd, where they found Bethany Fleming and her son suffering from life-threatening injuries. Both were taken to the hospital, but Fleming was later discharged and subsequently arrested. Homicide investigators have taken over the case. According to court documents obtained by WANE-TV, Fleming called 911 and said she believed someone was going to sell her and her son into sex slavery. She reportedly told officials she tried to stop it, and I hit him in the head with a hammer. Citing court documents, WANE reports Fleming said, so I tried to kill him. I think I killed him, and I stabbed myself. Police reportedly heard Fleming's son moaning in the background during the 911 call. Upon officers' arrival, Fleming was allegedly standing at the door with blood coming out of her neck. The 10-year-old required emergency surgery for a skull fracture and a brain bleed, WANE reports. According to court documents, medical staff claimed the boy's medical condition was touch and go. As of Friday, October 6th, officials have not disclosed the status of the victim's condition. Police charged Fleming with attempted murder following her release from the hospital. She remains in custody at the Allen County Jail on $50,000 bond. Wow. Severely injured and hit and severely injured her 10-year-old son with a hammer because she was worried about being sold into sex slavery. But why did she hit him? I don't understand. What's a 10-year-old gonna do? Like, what does he have anything to do with what this person was thinking? Wow. I don't know if you can tell in the picture, but you can see the neck stabbings. Wow. Dude, look at those eyes. Yeah. Not much behind them. Alright. WANE.com. Let's see if this has a video or any relevant information that we have not read. Okay, let's see. So I hit my baby, the mother told officers at the scene. She said she thought it was the only way to avoid being sold into sex slavery. Yep. So she tried to, this is her saying, she tried to stop it and I hit him in the head with a hammer. Wow. That is insane. Officers noted in court documents she was bleeding heavily from her neck, and she repeated what she said in the 911 call, admitting to hurting herself and her son. Wow. That's like deep mental illness. That's yikes. Why did she think she was being sold into sex slavery, though? If anything, I would have understood it a little more. Not hitting her son in the head with a hammer, but I kind of would have understood a little more if she was worried about like the kid and whatnot. But why was she worried about herself being sold into sex slavery? Like, and why beat your kid with a hammer because of it? That's so weird. Dude, people are so odd. I don't even know what to say. Unfortunately, I hate to break it to you, but it's not as if sex slavery is not real. Human trafficking is very real, and human trafficking for sex is real, and it's been a real thing for a very long time. Hundreds of years. It's just had different names to it, but yeah, I don't understand that part. I think maybe there's conspiracy theories involved in this. I think maybe there's some huge amounts of misinformation that this mom had access to, and I feel like that kind of like fucked with her head, and she's at the point that she beat her son with a hammer. You know how horrible that is. I mean, I can only imagine like the mental state that this person had to be in to make the conscious choice of injuring and almost killing your son. Wow. Crazy. All right. Let's move on to the next case. We're going to Colorado. Title says 15-year-old sentenced for starting fire that killed mother and her daughter in Colorado. True Crime Daily, published October 6, 2023. This is in Lakewood, Colorado. And it says, a judge sentenced a 15-year-old boy this week for starting a fire that killed a mother and her 10-year-old daughter last year. According to an October 3rd news release from the Colorado 1st Judicial District Attorney's Office. The teen will spend 7 years in the Colorado Department of Human Services Division of Youth Services with 113 days of time served. The 15-year-old pleaded guilty on July 15th to 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of aggravated juvenile offender, first-degree criminal attempt to commit murder, and first-degree arson. On October 31st, 2022, at approximately 4:15 a.m., first responders were dispatched to a structure fire at the 32-unit Tiffany Square apartment building. A total of 14 units suffered damage from the fire, and all the residents were forced to relocate. While investigating, Lakewood Police Department officers found 31-year-old Kathleen Payton and her young daughter, Jasmine Payton Aguayo, dead inside one of the units. 10 people suffered injuries from the fire. 3 of them were transported to the hospital. Investigators believe 2 suspects, who were 14 and 12 years old at the time, intentionally set the fire. According to the Denver Gazette, the 2 boys were reportedly inside one of the units on the night of October 30th, then got kicked out. Witnesses saw the boys flee the building, and then the 14-year-old came back with what they believed to be a Molotov cocktail or some other incendiary. Payton and Payton Aguayo died from smoke inhalation. The 12-year-old boy reportedly told his grandmother he caused the apartment building fire. The 2 suspects also had criminal pasts. The Denver Gazette reports the 14-year-old was a runaway and joined a local Bloods gang, while the younger one was charged in the past with felony menacing. Lakewood police arrested the 2 suspects November 6, 2022. The district attorney's office said the victims and their families were present during the sentencing, and many of them wore Jasmine Payton Aguayo's favorite colors, pink and purple. The co-defendant remains in custody and is scheduled for a status hearing October 16th. Officials did not disclose the suspects' names due to their ages. Listen, about a week or 2 ago, there was an incident that happened, I believe it was in Arizona, Actually, here, I'll look it up. Okay. So, I'm sorry, Las Vegas. I apologize for that. So, yeah, this is from, information should not be behind a paywall, but fine. I guess this is where we are in the world. APnews.com. Hopefully they won't ask me for my money. I don't know if you guys saw this case. So, 2 teens in Las Vegas face murder charges for fatal hit and run they captured on video. Sorry, police saying. I don't know if you guys saw this case. The 2 teens had stolen a vehicle, had already done the same thing to someone else. They were just joyriding in a stolen vehicle that they had just taken from someone. Crashed into someone else that was on a bike, but that person survived. But then did it a second time to an ex-chief of police. And they recorded it, of course, because of course. And they just ran him over. That's it. No reasoning. There was nothing. It's just they saw the person on a bike. They laughed about it, and they said, "Yeah, we're gonna crash into that person." And they intentionally crashed into that person that was just riding their bike, who just so happened to be the ex-chief of police. Yeah. So let's see. The Las Vegas police said they have tied the teens to at least 3 hit-and-run incidents on the morning of August 14th. They believe the death of 64-year-old Andreas Rene Probst, a former police chief in Bell, California, was the final one. Video shot from the front passenger seat shows the vehicle approaching Probst from behind while he was riding near the curb on an otherwise traffic-free road. As those in the car laugh, the vehicle steers toward Probst and then rams the bicycle, sending Probst hurtling onto the hood and into the windshield. Yes, my friends, that happened. That happened. 150% happened, just like I described it to you right now, just like I read it. Why? Because they wanted to. Moral of the story. While the percentages are not as big as adults, minors commit crimes. 100% they do. Minors have been responsible for murders. There have been very few, but there have been 1 or 2 like serial killers that were children. There have been plenty of true crime cases that we read of. Well, not plenty, but a handful of them have been perpetrated by kids. 100%. The first case we read tonight was a 17-year-old that killed his brother's wife and their 2 children. The brother, the adult, found guns all around the house, and the 17-year-old minor went in and he killed his sister-in-law and his nieces and nephews. Cold blood. They should be tried as adults. The hope that these teens and minors will one day grow up to be reinstated into society. I mean, it could possibly happen. You know, people deserve second chances, but a lot of these cases committed by minors are pretty grotesque. I don't know what's gonna happen to these two specific individuals that did this to this ex-police chief that was just riding his bike, minding his business. Like I mentioned before, probably a man. I'm not probably. I'm about 100% sure that man was loved, respected, admired, minding his own business, existing. All he did was exist. And he got ran over because of that. By two minors that if you were to see like the court videos, no emotion whatsoever. Not one bit. If they would have grown up with that same mentality, those would have been the future criminals of our society. 100%. It's just that it happened a lot earlier now, and they're going to be facing jail time for a very long time. But if this would not have happened, pretty sure that they would have done something later on in their life. Crazy. Crazy. So yeah, that's basically just, it's just they're completely capable of committing crimes. Here, let's watch this real quick.
Boy, disturbing story in Las Vegas. 2 teens in custody accused of intentionally running over a former Southern California police chief who was riding his bicycle. Eyewitness News reporter Mark Robles joins us live in studio with the details. Mark.
Yeah, John, good morning. This is the victim right here behind us. Las Vegas Metro Police describing this case as appalling and a cowardly act. From video evidence that they have collected, they believe this bicyclist was hit intentionally. And we have learned that he was once police chief in the city of Bell. He's been identified as Andy Probst, 64 years old. Las Vegas police say 2 juveniles were on a joyride in a stolen car. Dashcam video obtained by police shows the teens laughing and making comments while approaching Probst before he was struck and then thrown against the windshield. The 17-year-old driver was arrested the same day of the crash last month, but at the time, police were not aware of the video. After seeing it, it led to an upgraded murder charge and prompted a search for the second teen in the car. His arrest just announced yesterday. Andy Probst's daughter speaking alongside police, describing her father as a man of honor and integrity who worked for more than 35 years in law enforcement.
Andy's life was robbed by 2 individuals who did not believe that lives of others matter. We believe that Andy's murder is a direct result of society's decayed family values and the strong effects that social media has on our youth. We as a family in no way feel that Andy's murder was based on race or profession. It was a random act of violence.
In the criminal justice system, if you are a minor and you are eligible to be charged with the crime of murder, you are automatically sent to the adult system. I am confident that that is what is going to happen in this case.
Andy Probst retired as Bell's police chief back in 2009. He had since moved to the Las Vegas area. Live here in studio, Mark Robles, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Did they mention anything else?
Hello, I'm Mark.
Okay, let's see if maybe they show the video here. Let me see. Jeez, they try to force this on people, and I don't understand why. Okay, so these are the 2 teens that committed the crime. Let's see if maybe this video will show the recording that they did, because like I mentioned, of course they recorded it. And let me tell you something, I don't agree very much on the whole, like what she mentioned about like the whole like family part and whatnot, because let's be honest, families have been in this state for decades now, so it's not as if things don't happen in families and whatnot. We're human beings. We're prone to doing horrendous things to others. That's in human beings' nature. But I can agree with her on the social media part. And it is a discussion I have a lot with my wife as well. And it's ironic because I am on social media because of, well, I enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. And I'm also on social media because of the show as well. So TikTok for the True Crime channel. I have one for the King Angel show as well, which is the one that I normally always use. You can follow me there. Remember to join that Discord, the King Angel show. All links in the description box if you're watching me on YouTube, or if you're watching me on Twitch, in the About section. Or I posted an event link for a horror movie night on Discord, on chat for both Twitch and YouTube, and it should be on Facebook as well. So there you go. Join the Discord. Why are you not there yet? Answer. Let me know in chat. Nonetheless, two teens. We're gonna watch the video. I forgot what I was saying. It happens because I deviated from the conversation. But I still want you to join the Discord, so fair is fair.
The teen driver accused of intentionally hitting and killing a cyclist is now headed to adult court to be charged with murder. 8 News Now, the only local television station who was in the courtroom.
And a teen who police are trying to identify as the passenger recorded the viral video of the homicide also in
they
a
will show the
juvenile
video.
courtroom this
Make it a little
morning.
bigger.
The 8 News Now investigators confirming Jesus Ayala, 17 at the time of the alleged crime spree, is the accused driver. And 16-year-old Yazimir Keys identified by police as the passenger. Now, police say they stole 4 cars that day, and they are responsible for 3 hit and runs, including the killing of 64-year-old Andy Probst. The teen's mother now responding to the allegations.
Sorry, I'm gonna mute it, but I want to put that part back. This one. So if you think about it, they were sort of like stalking him beforehand. They had gone a little bit slower before, and then they accelerated when they were like, yeah, this is what we're gonna do. Completely sick. So, moral of the story, dude. Anyone can commit a murder. Don't discard a teen just because they're minors. They can commit murders too. Oh yeah. It's pretty obvious because we just saw this one. And we just read about the 15-year-old as well. You feel me? That kid was told to leave. And he came back with a Molotov cocktail. Or some other incendiary device. That's what they said. But they mentioned the Molotov cocktail. But let's just for 1 minute agree with that and say that it was the Molotov cocktail. Just write it in chat. Are you not understanding what I just said? A 15-year-old had a Molotov. He wasn't even 15 at the time. He was, 14, 13? And he was with a 12-year-old. He left and came back with a Molotov cocktail. And you're telling me that teens shouldn't be tried as an adult? What? There's some people that actually are convinced that teens, like if you're under the age of 18 and you commit a crime, that you should not be tried as an adult. But they committed the crime like an adult. Because an adult will go get a Molotov cocktail and throw it inside of a place. And that's exactly what the teen did. I don't know. When I was talking about social media beforehand, before I deviated, because I am on social media. But I still understand perfectly the depths of depravity and just how fucked up social media is for people in general, let alone younglings. I mean, literally, social media is why people ate Tide Pods, or they were like people like planking, and just name something. You can honestly probably come up with like 5 different things in the last 5 to 10 years that have popped up because of social media. The ice bucket challenge, remember that one? Remember there's so many different things. I mean, yeah. Social media is designed to try to keep you engaged and feel the rush of people liking or commenting on something that you did or created or posted or uploaded or reposted or whatever the fuck it is. That's like the whole point. There's no one out there that can honestly say that they're on social media and they're not doing it because, you know, they don't like the adrenaline of, you know, that rush of that new follow or some comment or some shit like that. Yeah, if you're on social media, you probably experience that. Don't lie to yourself. It's just that if you think about it, these generations that are growing up now, dude, they were all born into social media. They don't know anything else other than life under a social media microscope. So, whose fault is it really? I'd want to blame parents, but the parents are probably on those same social media platforms themselves and probably spend a whole bunch of time on them too, so but you can't blame them. I personally blame the government. Here's why I blame the government. And I've talked about this on Coffee, the News, and Us when we that's the other segment that I have that's the complete opposite of true crime. We talk about a lot of interesting things that have a more positive outlook to it, more informative, more educational. But because social media was never regulated, we are at the point where we are now. Which is why I firmly believe that AI should be regulated and should happen sooner rather than later. But and obviously, if we let AI go down the same path as social media has gone down, we're fucked as a society. We're just fucked. Humanity can cease to exist from that point on because it's gonna devour us. But yeah, you know, I agree with her. And I don't limit it only to kids. I limit it. I can expand it to human beings in general. Social media has done worse for us than better. But social media brings out the worst in people. No doubt about it, regardless of the age. The things I've heard on TikTok, like a 12, 13-year-old, all the way to an 85-year-old say, yeah, or comment or some shit like that, yeah. It's allowed free reign of speech, just foment on this app and resonate with other people, and yeah, that's where we are now, and that's why we're in the position that we're in. That's why you have YouTube content creators that go up to people with cameras and shit, and then they get surprised when they get shot. I'm talking about a case that happened during the weekend last week. Some YouTuber went up to a dude in a mall and put his phone in his face because he's like a famous content creator, and dude, the guy just like, well, he didn't cock the gun, but he just in the middle of a mall, mind you, and he was charged because he shot the gun in a mall, not because of the confrontation. Actually, it was determined that it was self-defense. So he shot the person, and no lie, the YouTuber said that he was going to continue doing the same thing, and it's all to post it on social media. People give homeless people that are already in a pretty shitty, fucked up situation that they wish they were not in food and record it. That is insane to me. because it's obvious that it's not because you're trying to help the person. It's because you're trying to post it on social media because you probably have a following. You're going to get a lot of followers. You're probably going to make a lot of money. There's some people that do that shit. They make more money from the video that's being posted than whatever money they're spending on the food for themselves and the homeless person. 10 times that. And I think that's, yeah, you can use social media for businesses and to grow and to keep in touch and communicating and keeping yourself informed, but wow. The flip side to all that is downright disgusting. There's this famous TikToker fucking exposed Instagram for all of the shit that Instagram does. Like some pretty illegal shit that's happening there. Illegal groups on a social media platform. It's because it was never regulated. It's because no one cared. It's because it was a new thing and everyone was so excited and it was a way, you know, to create this profile for yourself and blah, 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 blah. And dude, now we're in the position that we're in now. Mind you, we only see the vanilla side of the internet. Imagine everything else that's on the other side. That there are countless stories about. People talk about like the dark web and shit and all this. I'm telling you, as human beings, there has to be some sort of change, and knowledge is the only thing that can take us towards that change, because we're lacking, and it's not working. Whatever we're doing right now, it's not working, and it's causing us worse experiences as human beings, and making it extremely uncomfortable to be on this planet. It's bad enough the planet's already trying to eat us alive and expunge us from this beautiful green earth, or parts of it, because we're killing everything. I don't even want to get into that part. Teens have to be tried as adults. Obviously, if you're under the age of like 13, I get it. But those are really rare. Really extremely rare occurrences. But after the age of 13, 14, dude, have you ever heard about the Beaver family? It's Robert Beaver, Matthew Beaver, and they killed their teens, 13, 14, killed like their whole family. And then they were planning to go out and kill more people. Their whole plan was going across the grand old US of A and kill as many people as possible from one point to another before, I guess, getting killed off by the police or something. Look it up. It's let's see, just so that I can give you the correct name of it. I did a video on this, not a video. I did a reaction video to that chapter's content about the Beaver family. Yeah, Robert Beaver. And the case is see, he wanted to outdo Columbine. Dude, that case is insane. And it was 2 teens. Mind you, they killed what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people total. Yeah, they have to be tried as adults. Teens can kill too. Whew. Moving on. Okay, we're going to Michigan. Title says, Michigan man arrested after his wife's dead body is found in his car at a gas station. True Crime Daily. The published October 6th, 2023, and this is in Warren, Michigan. And it says a 56-year-old man is facing a felony charge for allegedly killing his wife and leaving her body in his vehicle at a local gas station. According to the Macomb County Prosecutor's Office, on September 30th, Warren Police Department officers responded to a call at a gas station and found Ricardo Orozco in the driver's seat of his Dodge Durango. Police located his wife's body in the back seat and noted she had died from apparent stab wounds. Police arrested Orozco and booked him into the Macomb County Jail on October 1st. The prosecutor's office said he was arraigned on a charge of second-degree murder, and a judge set his bond at $2 million cash or surety. If Orozco posts bail, he will be required to wear a GPS monitor and give up his passport. The Detroit Free Press reports Orozco allegedly approached the gas station attendant and told him his wife was bleeding in his car. He was reportedly covered in blood and appeared intoxicated. Police Commissioner William Dwyer told the newspaper Orozco's wife was most likely killed elsewhere, then driven to Warren. Officers reportedly located a hunting knife on the floorboard of the vehicle. Orozco purportedly made multiple admissions to killing his wife, who was not publicly identified. Dwyer said Orozco and his wife had a violent history. Dwyer said the victim's body was wet and she appeared to have sand on her, making investigators believe she and Orozco could have been at the beach earlier that day. Prosecutor Peter Lucido said in the statement, "This tragic event has destroyed a family, October being Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Let's remember that violence is never the answer." Wow. Damn. Crazy. Let's continue to site. This is a freep.com. See if they have any video or any other relevant information that True Crime Daily did not put on their article. Okay, it says Dwyer said the man made multiple admissions to killing her. Okay, it says Dwyer said it does not appear the woman was killed at the couple's home in Oakland County, which police searched. We already mentioned the fact that the wife's body was soaking wet and had sand on it, and it looked like she had been dragged through some bush. Huh. Okay, so it said Dwyer said police located video of the couple on a beach, suggesting they were at a beach earlier that day near Caseville in Huron County, a little more than 2 hours north of Warren. But he said police cannot confirm the slaying occurred near there either. He called the case very unusual. Interesting. See why? We went into the discussion about domestic violence against women. I'm going to mention it one more time. A man's biggest threat is heart disease or fellow man. A woman's biggest threat is a man. The hair on this guy's head didn't even want anything to do with him, and it left running. The ones in the back are still running unsuccessfully. I don't care. I have no empathy for this monster. I have no empathy for men that do these things. Jeez. We're going to Georgia. Title says, man wanted for allegedly tying Airbnb host with zip ties, robbing him at gunpoint. Sorry. True Crime Daily, published October 5th, 2023. This is in Gwinnett County. And it says, police are searching for a man they allege bound his Airbnb host with zip ties, then took his wallet while holding him at gunpoint. According to Gwinnett County Police, on September 26 at 10:05 p.m., Khalil Hamilton checked into his Airbnb on Seedway. He was renting the basement space from the victim, Jason Ling. At 10:45 p.m., Hamilton allegedly texted Ling and told him the toilet was leaking. Ling went to the basement bathroom to fix the problem, and when he turned around, Hamilton reportedly had a black handgun and a white taser pointed at him. Ling told police Hamilton forced him to get on the ground. Then, Hamilton allegedly bound his hands and feet with zip ties. The arrest report says Ling told Hamilton he could take whatever you want, just don't hurt me and my family. Ling's son and mother were in the residence when the purported robbery occurred, but they did not witness it. Ling's son and mother, Hamilton allegedly demanded Ling to give him his wallet, money, and cards. Ling told him where to find the wallet so that Khalil would not hurt him or his family. Hamilton got the wallet from upstairs, then returned with Ling's backpack. Before he left, Hamilton allegedly told Ling, "You're a dumbass." Ling ultimately escaped by twisting and turning his wrist. When he freed himself, he ran upstairs and called police. Ling had surveillance footage of Hamilton, which he shared with police. Hamilton is believed to be traveling in a late 1990s Honda Accord with a Texas license plate that does not belong to his vehicle. Sorry, that voice you probably hear is my wife. So you might hear me speak a little louder, but he called him a dumbass. Yet Ling ultimately escaped by twisting and turning his wrist, and he has surveillance footage of Hamilton, which is the perpetrator, and he gave it to the police. So who is the dumbass, really? And I'm still kind of confused as to why did he call him that. Like, I don't understand. I'm not a fan of Airbnb. Not one bit. To anyone that has Airbnbs, hey, take this as a perfect example as to why you should not have one. And not even waste your time with that. If you only see like the stories I've seen on TikTok, the people recording the conditions of houses after someone rented it through Airbnb is crazy. So is it really worth it? Both ways. Is it really worth someone renting an Airbnb to have to pay like a cleaning fee? Is it worth you being the owner of the house and now having to do and rebuild or rebuy a whole bunch of shit because you can't use it anymore because the people that stayed there that rented that Airbnb that night, they completely destroyed the place? Or I saw one that they shit on the walls. What is it with people shitting on the walls? If you've noticed, if you've been watching since the beginning of the stream, I've already mentioned it like 2 or 3 times already. I don't know why people do that. They smear shit on walls. That is so crazy. But nonetheless, he definitely is the dumbass. I don't understand. He rented the Airbnb. He probably paid him too, because don't you have to like pay up front? I've never done an Airbnb, but if you stay at a hotel, you kind of have to pay up front before you stay there. So I can only imagine that there had to be some type of monetary exchange before this person stayed at the house. So you paid the money and did all the paperwork and shit, like registering through Airbnb. Like, you gave all of your information like that to do this and get probably caught because there's surveillance footage with your picture. Your picture's like online, bro. I don't understand. Your name, like your government name, is posted. What did you think was gonna happen? Dumb criminals. Moving on to the next case, we're going to Kentucky. True Crime Daily says Kentucky man arrested for allegedly fatally shooting his father and son. posted October 5th, 2023, and this is in Louisville. And it says a 40-year-old man was taken into custody this week after he allegedly shot and killed his father and son at an apartment complex. On Monday, October 2nd, at 3:50 a.m., Louisville Metro Police Department officers responded to the 600 block of Douglas Park regarding a shooting and found 2 males suffering from gunshot wounds. Louisville EMS responded to the scene and pronounced both victims deceased. That same day, officers arrested Ricardo Jr. Rodriguez on 2 counts of murder, possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, tampering with physical evidence, and possession of a defaced firearm. Police confirmed the 2 victims as Rodriguez's father and son, who WLKY-TV identified as 55-year-old Miguel Ricardo and 17-year-old Giovanni Rodriguez. According to WLKY, Louisville Metro Police reportedly found Rodriguez near the doorway of the apartment, and he later allegedly admitted to police he shot his father and son. WAVE-TV reports Rodriguez was arrested in 2013 for fatally stabbing a 41-year-old man. He was initially charged with murder, but then it was changed to manslaughter. A judge sentenced him to 6.5 years in prison, but he was released in September 2017. So he was released 4 years earlier. Or he only had 4 years into his arrest before he was released. Out of 6.5 years. Mind you, it was changed. I guess he survived, the 41-year-old man, and that's why it was changed from murder to manslaughter. But he shouldn't have been out. Like, he already did this once. But damn, he killed his father and his son. That's crazy. Okay, this is from WLKY.com. Coroner identifies grandfather, grandson killed in Louisville shooting. This was written, well, the article was written by Kurahan Powell. Probably the same person that posted the video too. So let's check this video out and see what they have to say.
The coroner identifies 2 people killed in the Southside neighborhood. Miguel Ricardo and 17-year-old Giovanni Rodriguez were shot early Monday at the Douglas Park Apartments. Metro Police arrested Junior Rodriguez for killing his father and son. He remains behind bars tonight on a $500,000 bond.
Oh, okay. Okay, that was short. Short, but right to the point. This is a WAVE3.com. Let's see what this video has to say.
2 people shot and killed in the Douglas Park neighborhood, and LMPD arrested the man they believe is responsible for this morning's shooting.
And it's not the first time he's been there. In fact, he's been charged with murder before. Wave News reporter Sean Bowdy explains why he wasn't in jail when he's accused of killing 2 of his family members.
Junior Ricardo Rodriguez is behind bars. He's charged with 2 counts of murder, accused of killing his own son and father. Police say he shot them both, each of them dying before they arrived. Jail is a familiar place for Rodriguez. Back in 2013, Rodriguez stabbed and killed 41-year-old Humberto
Oh, he
Bell.
did die.
He was charged with murder then. He entered a plea deal amending his charges, though, to manslaughter 2 years later, late in 2015, earning a sentence of 6 years and 6 months. After 2 more years in prison, Rodriguez was released on time served. That was in September of 2017. He now awaits arraignment for the death of his son and father.
Okay.
27 on time served.
Okay, my bad. Sorry. So he stabbed and killed the 41-year-old man. In September 2013, he was charged with murder. In November 2015, he entered a plea deal and the charges were amended to manslaughter, so they were changed. He was taken into prison January 2016, and he was sentenced to 6 years and 6 months to serve, and he only did about, what is it, a year and 9 months, almost 2 years, because it wasn't the full 2 years. But he killed the man. Wow. That is crazy. I thought that maybe, like I mentioned before, that it was he had like stabbed the person, but he didn't kill him. So I guess like it was changed to manslaughter. But no, he killed him, and he was out. He served 2 years, and he was out. Not even 2 years, close to 2 years. He was out. I mean, no wonder he did it again. Why wouldn't he think that he couldn't do it a second and third time? He probably thought that, I can get away with it again. I mean, there's not really anything else that you can say about it. Like, it's pretty obvious that that was his reasoning, because 2 years, again, not even 2 years. I say 2 years because that's what they said in the video, but in all honesty, he was sentenced to 6 years and 6 months, and he only did 1 year and 9 months. Sometimes the judicial system works. Wow, but there's so many times that it just does not, and it just continuously fails us over and over again. Wow. They failed their community. And not only did they fail their constituents, they failed their community. They failed the people that paid taxes in that town, in that city. It's like, what the hell? I'm talking about whoever made the decision of releasing him 1 year and 9 months into his, I guess, manslaughter charge that was originally murder because he stabbed and killed someone. I'm heating up. Okay. Let's move on.
That was in September of 2017. He now awaits arraignment for the death of his son and father. Neighbors at the Douglas Park apartments are saddened by what happened.
Total disbelief, man.
Keith Huffman says the apartments here are very diverse. People from all over the world, and neighbor to neighbor, they get along great.
No arguing, no drama. Everybody gets along over here.
Huffman's preparing to be a father to a newborn son. He came to Douglas Park to avoid violence.
We moved over here about 3 months ago. We got a baby on the way, so I mean, you know, it's like disbelief, you know, having a newborn on the way and, you know, wanting to raise a baby in a community like this.
Huffman doesn't feel like he's in any danger, but it does make him think.
That's the second shooting that I've heard over here, you know, so.
In 3 months?
Yeah, in 3 months.
Huffman says seeing something like this happen in the same complex makes him contemplate what his next moves are going to be, where he wants to be living when his unborn child is brought into the world. In Louisville, Sean Bowdy, Wave News.
What? That can happen anywhere. Let's just make that very clear. I've said that here on the show. I'm gonna say it again. It's people need to stop being surprised about stuff happening in their community. Anywhere in the world where there are groups of human beings together, anything can happen. So I understand where he's coming from, but at the same time, it's not something that is only happening in specific parts of the country. No, this shit happens everywhere, and it can happen anywhere, and it can happen with any social class, any economical class. It can happen in any situation. You name it, it could happen or has already happened, and you can just probably like look it up and find information on it. All right, we are going to do we'll do 2 more cases, and then we'll read about the Happy Face Killer. Maybe watch a video tour about it, and then we'll end the stream there. Appreciate you being here. Like I mentioned before, you can support me on Patreon. That's $1 a month. Get a whole bunch of benefits there. Audio versions of live streams, so you'll get the audio version of the same live stream. a whole bunch of other benefits as well. It's linked to Discord. You get like Twitch channel points. Once I get YouTube past, what is it, the 500 or 1,000 followers, I can add some things to YouTube as well, so you'll get some benefits here. And yeah, that's one way that you can support me if you like what I do. Just remember, you can also use your Amazon Prime over on Twitch. That would help me out immensely as well. You can also follow me on Twitch. You can like my videos on YouTube, comment on them, let me know what you think, subscribe to my channel, or the King Angel Show channel as well, if you like variety in your life. Follow me over on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. I'm all across social media. Just wanted to give you a quick reminder on that. And your time is very important. The fact that you're spending even 1 minute, one little millisecond of your time here with me, hanging out, indulging in these very, very, very weird and horrible things that human beings do to others is greatly appreciated, and I thank you. Trying to make this community grow, and the fact that you're here, again, means the world to me. So let me know in chat if everything's going well with you. Let me know if there's any cases that you would want me to talk about future episodes. Join the Discord, King Angel Show. We can continue the conversation there. I have that horror movie night number 2 happening on Sunday at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. A poll is currently available on Discord. You can pick the movie that we are going to watch. The movie with the most votes is what we will watch. And on top of that, we'll do it with the camera on, through Discord, mic on, have actual conversations. Well, I can keep like the mic on and whatnot, but I can turn the mic off too. But there's a chat. We can have a great debate, have a great conversation. The theme for the movies is a horror comedy. So the movies that you will see listed there are all comedies with horror with comedic elements added to it, but they're still pretty gory and pretty grotesque. Maybe not Army of Darkness as much as other ones, but as the other ones that are on the list. But I think that I compiled short 5-movie list of the ones that I particularly have not seen, or the majority I haven't seen, because I've seen Army of Darkness. But and I saw the other one that's there on the list. It's called Cooties. It's a great movie. I thought it was exceptionally funny. Highly recommend. Let's watch it. You just have to vote for it. Remember, that poll is on Discord. The link is in chat. I will repost it again, just in case it gets lost in between all of the other chatter. Cool, cool, cool. Let us move on to the next case. We're going to Maryland. True Crime Daily. Title says, Maryland man arrested after girlfriend's child is found dead with traumatic head injuries. Published October 5th, 2023. This is in District Heights, Maryland. It says, police arrested a 38-year-old man this week accused of killing his girlfriend's 2-year-old child. Several months later, I'm sorry, we'll start over again. It's District Heights, Maryland. Police arrested a 38-year-old man this week accused of killing his girlfriend's 2-year-old child. On May 27th, at around 10:50 p.m., officers with the Prince George's County Police Department responded to an apartment in the 2100 block of County Road and found the toddler, Nichelle Pettis, unresponsive. The victim was pronounced dead at the scene. Several months later, on September 29th, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner ruled Pettis' death a homicide due to traumatic head injuries. Police identified Kevin Robinson as the primary suspect. He reportedly lives with his girlfriend, the victim's mother, and was alone with a toddler when the girl was injured. On Tuesday, October 3rd, police arrested Robinson on charges of second-degree murder, child abuse resulting in death, and other related charges. He remains held in the Prince George's County Department of Corrections. Monster. Keep him in there. Don't let him out. This video doesn't have a... Sorry, this article does not have a video. So we will move on to the next case. Oh boy. Oh boy. We're going to Nebraska. True Crime Daily. The title says, 4 young children found in filthy conditions with bug bites, rotting food, and matted hair. Published October 5th, 2023. This is in Grand Island. And it says, police arrested a couple this week on suspicion of child abuse after finding 4 children, all younger than 4 years old, living in unsanitary and unsafe conditions. According to the Grand Island Police Department, on Tuesday, October 3rd, shortly after 9 p.m., officers responded to an apartment building off of Highway 30 to a report of suspected child abuse. At the scene, officers spoke with Daniel Fontaine and Amanda Wolf, noting a foul odor could be smelled coming from them and inside their home. During a search of their apartment, police located 4 children, a 3-year-old male, 2-year-old female, 1-year-old male, and a newborn female, all suffering from diaper rashes, sores, and possible bug bites. Police said Fontaine and Wolf endangered the children and intentionally and knowingly cruelly confined them to car seats, strollers, or playpens. According to police, Fontaine and Wolf allegedly deprived the children of proper food, clothing, and care. An affidavit obtained by KSNB-TV alleges the children were restrained to the various apparatuses for a long period of time. Their hair also appeared to be matted. Police reportedly found one of the children in a playpen with rotting food and trash. The refrigerator and freezer were allegedly full of moldy food and bugs. The affidavit says the home had cockroaches as well as animal and human feces on the bathroom floor. According to KSNB, the baby appeared small for its age and weighed only 9 pounds at the hospital. Police arrested Fontaine on 4 counts of intentional child abuse, 2 counts of resisting arrest, and obstructing a peace officer. Wolf was arrested on 4 counts of child abuse. Fontaine's additional charges stem from his alleged refusal to follow officers' commands and his threats to barge into the home while holding 2 of his children during the search. Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services took custody of the 4 children on a 48-hour hold. Officials had reportedly confronted the couple about the unsafe conditions in the past, and the 3 older children were removed from the home in July 2022. I recently posted a video on TikTok and on YouTube about these parents that I guess allowed, if that's the proper word to use, an insane amount of rats to just literally bite through a newborn child whose face had 50 bite marks caused by a rat. His fingers were eaten off. You can check it out. I posted it again on TikTok or on YouTube. I posted it on TikTok and YouTube. So check it out. It's here on True Crime Daily as well. This was like last week we read it, or 2 weeks ago, or 2 or 3 weeks ago. The other case I mentioned previously, about the couple had the kids in the house, and the walls were like smeared with feces, and there were the windows were boarded up, and the kids were like all filled with like urine and feces and blood and stuff. I mean, these are their parents. These are the kids' parents. Why would you give the kids back to them? I mean, albeit the adoption system in this country, the like orphanage system and whatnot, is pretty fucking horrible. But CPS had already taken the children out of the home back in July 2022. And they knew the conditions of the home. But why would you put them back into that situation? No, the kids' hairs, their hair was matted. Do you understand how dirty hair has to be? Certain hair has to be for it to get matted like that. Come on now. The playpen where one of the children was in was filled with like rotten food and trash. I mean, like, what were they eating? I don't know. I don't know why. Just like, but why even have the kid? Like, but why? Like, but why consciously and willingly choose to bring a child into the world if this is what you're gonna do? That makes no sense to me. I'm child free. Willingly. And I just don't understand how parents literally choose to have a child, have conversations and discussions about it with their significant other, and they have kids. These pieces of shit have kids to do this. Talking about the case about the rat bites, that I think you should definitely check that video out. How did those rats get into that bassinet to the point where they ate through that kid's hand and half of his face? Honestly speaking, like, do you really think that a rat infestation it's going to get to the point? Like, but why didn't they attack any of the other people that were in the house? The parents were in the other room. The rats could have easily gone to them as well. But why was it only the newborn? Questions. Me personally, I'm going to tell you my own personal opinion. I think those parents wanted to off that newborn for whatever reason, and they put food and stuff in the bassinet so that the rats could do that. I would suggest you check out the YouTube video specifically. The TikTok video only has the part where I read through the case, but if you watch the video on YouTube, it has like the rabbit hole that we went down through, learning about different diseases that rats carry. Like, there's three children total in that case. 2 of them had reported having their feet and toes bitten at night while they slept, but it only happened once, and it was just the bite. It never got to the point where it got with the newborn. I don't know, man. I have to ask these questions. Why are these people having kids? Like, why isn't there some sort of like psychological test that people take before they have kids? Like, if you are willingly choosing to have a child, you should have to take a test that determines if A, you are capable of having that child and that you completely understand that is a human being that you are raising, and B, if you are in the mental and monetary position to be able to have that kid. I don't know, but that's just my opinion. Chat, let me know what you think. Feel free to give me your opinion on this. Am I right? Am I wrong? Let me know. I personally think I'm right, because enough with these mediocre, half-assed parents that don't do anything and they just pop kids out. For that, it's better just not have it. To have a kid living in these conditions like we just read, I might as well just don't have it. Just choose not to have it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Hey, baby, let's have a kid. You know what? Nah, go fuck yourself. We're not having that. We're going to keep it you and I, and because you have to kind of measure just how responsible you really want to be. Like, if you're going to be this level of irresponsible, just don't have the kid. Someone got mad at me on YouTube and commented because they took what I said wrong, and I had to explain it to them. It's just, it's willingly, that people willingly and consciously and, through conversation, like, they choose to have a child. Like, yeah, let's have it. Yeah, let's have it. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. If you're in that situation, to only have things lead to this, it's just best not to have it. All right, let's see if this has a video. You know what they're gonna do? I've never been to this website. See, it was blocked, so they were gonna let me play the video anyway. But KSNBlocal4.com. Where is this? This is in Hastings, New England. Very rare that we go into a New England news website. Actually, I think this is the second one all the time I've ever done true crime. And I don't think I've ever covered a case in New England. I might be wrong, but I'm gonna look into that, because I have a list of all the ones that, like, all the other cases that not these that we read on True Crime Daily, but like other cases like I've done in the past, but like reacting or reviewing other content creators, videos and whatnot. That was a format when I first started doing true crime last year. I'll upload those videos. I'll put them on Patreon so that Patreon members can check them out. Pretty interesting. I did one for Chris Watts. I did one for Jim Jones. We watch like documentaries and shit and just like react to whatever information they're giving us and whatnot and talk about it. It's pretty cool, pretty interesting. So I'll post it on Patreon so that you guys can enjoy it. But yeah, I've never, to my recent memory, have covered something in New England. But all right, nonetheless, let's check this video out.
Thank you, John. Well, reports of child abuse have led to the removal of 4 small children from a Grand Island home on Tuesday. Officers arrived at the home on East Highway 30 around 9 o'clock last night. The child victims ranged in ages from infant to 3 years old. They had sores, bug bites, and diaper rashes, likely caused by unsanitary conditions in the home, and it led to the arrest of both 34-year-old Daniel Fontaine and 30-year-old Amanda Wolf, who are now charged with 4 counts of intentional child abuse. 3 of the children have been taken from the home.
That guy's beard and that lady's hair looks pretty mad.
We do know, in working in conjunction with social services, that there were some safety plans put in place previously that both of these suspects had been ignoring, and that was part of the decision in this case.
The kids are now in a 48-hour hold with the Department of Health and Human Services. The suspects will be back in court, though, later this month for an evidence hearing.
Boy, they're big. They're gonna give them back to. Wow. They're gonna give them back to the parents. Yeah. Like, that's how it works. They're gonna give them back to the parents. Wow. Very sad. Very sad indeed. Those kids deserve a lot better than these 2 pieces of shit that they have as parents. Wow. Wow. All right. We're going to New York. True Crime Daily. Title says, man accused of kidnapping 9-year-olds at New York campsite allegedly left ransom note in her family's mailbox. Published October 5th, 2023, and this is in Saratoga County. And it says, law enforcement officials identified the man accused of kidnapping 9-year-old Charlotte Cena from a campsite over the weekend and revealed he was caught after leaving a fingerprint on a ransom note. Charlotte went missing Saturday, September 30th, while riding her bike at Moreau Lake State Park. New York State Police and several other agencies descended on the park and searched for her, which ultimately led to state police issuing an Amber Alert. The Aware Foundation tweeted, Charlotte was taken under circumstances that led police to believe that they are in imminent danger of serious harm and or death. She was found safe and in good health on the evening of October 2nd. Now, new information is coming out about the girl's suspected abductor and how investigators located him. According to Governor Kathy Hochul, on Monday, October 2nd, at 4:20 a.m., a car pulled up to Charlotte's family's home, which was being guarded by New York State Police. Her parents were already at the campsite searching for their daughter. The car drove up to the mailbox. A man dropped something off, then left. State police went to the mailbox and reportedly found a ransom note. Investigators began searching for a match on the fingerprint left on the note but came up empty. They input the print in a database for the entire state of New York, which yielded a positive match for 46-year-old Craig Ross because he had a DWI in Saratoga in 1999. Officials located his residence and found his mother inside. Hochul said Ross lived in a camper behind the home, so officials went into the mobile home using a tactical maneuver called a dynamic entry. Police took Ross into custody and discovered Charlotte in a cabinet. According to New York State Police, Ross was arraigned at Milton Town Court and was booked in the Saratoga County Correctional Facility, where he is being held without bail. He is charged with first-degree kidnapping, but state police said he will likely face additional charges. Hochul called Charlotte's rescue a very good day. To be kept in jail. That is crazy. What a dumb motherfucker. Wow. Ballsy, too. The audacity on this guy is very much out there. Do you understand how deranged mentally you have to be to go back to the crime scene to leave a ransom note? Do you understand how out of your mind and how audacious you have to be? Like, it's all mixed in the same bowl to go back to a place that's guarded by police. Mind you, New York State Police. I don't know if you guys know, New York City Police, like the NYC cops are like considered the worst ones in the whole country. I think LA cops are the ones that follow them. I mean, this is New York State Police, but, you know, it's the same state. It's all New York. So he went, when he dropped it off, it's like, dude, what an idiot, bro. What a moron. Wow. Okay, let's check out this video by Governor Hochul providing an update on the rescue of Charlotte Sena. We'll only watch a little bit of it, and then I'll check the homepage really quickly, see if there's any other interesting case that we can read real quick, and then we will jump into the last part of the stream, talking about the Happy Face Killer. Sweet. Love it.
Good evening.
I don't know if you guys can hear that sound. That's my cat snoring. So if you hear it, then yeah, I just want you to know that he's happily sleeping on the couch right there. Has his little fangs out. He looks so comfortable. And he's doing his little twitch thing too when he sleeps. He's like deep sleep. And he snores as much as his pops like me. Because I'm a snorer. I smoke a lot too. Yeah. I snore. And I think he takes from his pop and he snores too. So again, if you hear that, I apologize. That's what that sound is. Pretty cute though. Alright. Enough of my cat. Moving on to what Governor Hochul has to say.
This is a very good day. It's been a long 2 days, but tonight our prayers have been answered. We're overcome with relief and gratitude for this gift to all of us. And it is the people standing here with me that remind me why I'm so proud to be the governor of this state. Incredible men and women who were relentless in their pursuit of finding this little girl. Yesterday I held Charlotte's parents in my arms. David and Trish, I went to the campsite. I saw the place that she had just been a joyful little girl the day before, riding her bike. I was on the road she rode her bike on, saw where she left it. And her parents were just so overcome with sadness and grief. And as a parent, I thought my own heart was breaking. And I said to them, I promise you this, we will bring Charlotte home to you. And as each hour went on, hope faded, because we all know the stories. The first 24 hours, there's hope. But when you hit 48 hours, hope starts to wane. But when Charlotte disappeared in Monroe State Park, it was every parent's worst nightmare. But I knew I would be able to have assembled the team of individuals who would not stop. And I want to thank at this moment the individuals gathered here tonight and all the men and women across this state that they represent.
Okay. I'm going to forward it a little bit. Let's be real. They didn't do shit, because they just investigated the ransom note that was left. This was all because of the stupidity and the audacity of this creep that did this. If he would not have taken the ransom note, they would have still probably be looking for him. I'm not saying that they would not have found the perpetrator. I'm just saying that it would have been a little bit more difficult, because they would have had to do a lot more investigating. But he gave it to them in a gold platter. Find me. So, I'm not discrediting the work of the investigators. I'm just saying that in this particular case, he brought it on himself, and he made their investigative job a shit ton easier. He did it for them. Stupid man. Jesus Christ. Alright, we'll go a little bit forward just so that we can come. I just want her to talk a little bit more about the case instead of like thanking all these people.
Dona. The Office of Parks and Historic Preservation, Chief of Staff Randy Simons, Sarah Nation, Acting Agent in charge. Realize it's going to be tough when you start thinking the worst. But what happened was extraordinary. The case started to break at 4:20 a.m. this morning, when the family's home that was being guarded by state police, when the parents were still starting another day at the campsite where they'd last seen their daughter. 4:20 a.m. The car pulls up to a mailbox. Something is left. State police immediately go to the mailbox and identify what is a ransom note that had been left behind for Charlotte. State police worked diligently trying to find a match for a fingerprint. First one tried and wasn't successful. Second one was to identify any other prints in the New York State database that would be a match. The hit came at 2:30 in the afternoon. There had been a DWI in 1999 in the city of Saratoga. A fingerprint was found that matched what was found on the ransom note. So, a little more research, work to identify the location and identifying the fact that there was a home they could visit. They found a double-wide house with a woman, the suspect's mother. The suspect lived in the camper behind. They have what they call a dynamic.
Oh my God. She is sucking This woman is Colin Robinson. I'm sorry, I can't do it anymore. Have you ever seen What We Do in the Shadows? If you have not seen, it's probably one of the best shows on. I watch it on Hulu, so I'll just call it like a streaming service. If you haven't watched that show, it's the best. One of the characters in the show, his name is Colin Robinson. They're vampires, but he is a unique vampire because he is an energy sucker. So what he does is that he bores you with conversation about the stupidest things, and he like harps on it. But the shtick of it is that he is, instead of like sucking your blood like vampires do, he sucks your energy, and that's how he feeds. This woman is feeding on my energy. She doesn't get to the point. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I apologize. I normally give people chances to talk, and it's good to hear, but I mean, we went through the information. I can't. She's a little bit too, let's just say, laid back for the sort of conversation that we're trying to have about this case that happened. Speed it up a little bit. Stay on track. But she does like these dramatic pauses and I can't do it. Can't. She's sucking the life out of me. I didn't mean it in like I didn't mean it in a good way. I mean it in a completely bad way. Can't do it. Alright. Let's check one more, see if jeez. Wow. Okay, we'll do two more. These two sound pretty interesting. Okay, so interesting in a sense of we'll read through it because we want to know what happened, but not because it's interesting because, you know, you get what I mean. We're going to Delaware. True Crime Daily. Title says, boyfriend arrested after preschool teacher is found dead near parking lot in Delaware. Published October 4th, 2023. This is in Newcastle County. And it says, police arrested a 66-year-old man this week in connection with the death of his 63-year-old missing girlfriend, a preschool teacher. The Newcastle County Police Department issued a gold alert last week regarding Cynthia Amalfitano, who was last seen leaving her home on the evening of Saturday, September 23rd. WPVI-TV reports she failed to show up to her job at Concord Preschool and Childcare, sparking concern. She worked at the school for 24 years. Police responded to the 3400 block of Birch Circle on Monday, September 25th, to perform a welfare check on her. Officers noticed her car, purse, and cell phone at the residence, but Amalfitano was not there. According to police, detectives located Amalfitano's remains the next day near a parking lot in Carousel Park, and her death was ruled a homicide. Police identified the victim's boyfriend, Stephen Heck, as a person of interest, and on October 3rd, detectives arrested him on one felony count of first-degree murder. And then men wonder why there's so many women that hate men like that. Really? Really? You wonder that? It's very sad. Trying to see, do they have a video? Oh, yeah, they might have one. Okay, this is 6abc.com. This is a website from Philadelphia. I'm going to restart this video.
Details, police in Newcastle County are assuring the public tonight that the murder of a preschool teacher is an isolated incident. They have not revealed how she died, but we're learning new information tonight about a potential person of interest. Action reporter Becca Hendrickson is live in Fairfax, Delaware, with the very latest. Becca.
Rick and Shari, I just spoke with police a couple minutes ago where they told me there is now a person of interest in this homicide. They're assuring the public this was an isolated incident. Meanwhile, the friends and family of this beloved preschool teacher are asking for answers in her murder. A cross at this spot where the body of 63-year-old Cynthia Malfitano was found honors her as a mom for her mommy and family. At Concord Preschool and Child Care, she's remembered as the heart and soul of a community who helped raise generations of families around Wilmington.
What's the story about how her life ended and why she's not with us? So just, needing to know.
The mystery began last month. Police did a wellness check at her home after she didn't show up to work. Officers found her car, purse, and cell phone, but not Cynthia. Newcastle County Police pushed out a gold alert listing her as missing.
That picture was her. Bright, she lit up a room wherever she was.
Last Tuesday, police say a body was found by Skyline Drive at Carousel Park in Pike Creek, a short walk from Cynthia's home. The next day, police announced it was Cynthia, and her death was being investigated as a homicide. The news rattled the entire community, especially those at the daycare where she worked for 24 years.
Energetic, fun, loved the kids, easy to talk with.
The church held a vigil over the weekend. Her loved ones want answers about what happened to their friend.
A lot of folks who were really affected by this and knew her and loved her and just miss her deeply right now.
Again, police say they now have a person of interest in this case. I've also reached out to the medical examiner for more information about how she died, the cause of death, and I'm waiting to hear back. Live in Fairfax, Delaware, Becca Hendrickson, Channel 6, Action News, guys.
Yeah, let's hope they make progress. Becca.
Damn. She was loved. She was a teacher, 24 years. Preschool teacher. Think about it. 24 years. She has taught like full-blown adults. She's taught kids that are now full-blown adults. Like, that are probably in college or have, like, their first job after college and whatnot. Generations of different personalities. My brother's a teacher. I'm pretty huge on education and, like, teachers and, like, the current situation that's going on with them and whatnot. Mind you, this doesn't have anything to do with it, but she was a teacher, so... the importance of that job is very big. Damn. Yeah. I hate to say it again, but yeah. We need to start taking responsibility, because it's too much. And that's it. It's way too much, and reading through these true crime cases only further solidifies that we need to change, man. This can't be it. All right, the last case we're going to read tonight, we're going to Texas. True Crime Daily. Title says, woman sentenced for locking caretaker in dog crate and pouring boiling water on her. Published October 4th, 2023. And this is in McKinney, Texas. And it says, a 37-year-old woman will spend 75 years behind bars for the sadistic torture of a 24-year-old who worked as a caretaker for the woman's children and an elderly disabled adult at her home. On Monday, October 2nd, Collin County District Attorney Greg Willis announced a jury convicted Alicia Calderon of first-degree aggravated assault with a deadly weapon causing serious bodily injury to a household member. In 2019, Calderon invited the victim to move in with her family in exchange for house cleaning and caretaking services. After several months, Willis said Calderon took the victim's phone away, restricted her food intake, and limited her movement in and out of the home. As the elderly woman's condition worsened, Calderon locked the young victim in the room with her, and she lost over half of her body weight. As a result, the victim was unable to care for the disabled woman. In July 2021, Calderon punished the victim by locking her in a dog crate and pouring boiling water on her after she snuck food from the house. Calderon poured boiling water on the caretaker again later that year, causing severe burns to her arms, chest, and back, but she prevented the victim from seeking medical care. In February 2022, someone in the house allowed the victim to borrow his phone, and the victim sent her stepfather a Facebook message for help. According to Willis, it was the first time the victim had made contact with either of her parents in 2 years. The stepfather called 911, and Collin County Sheriff's Office deputies responded to the trailer home. Deputies removed stacked stones lined outside the door so the victim could escape. According to Willis, the victim weighed just 68 pounds when she was found. Her head was reportedly shaved, and officials observed second and third degree burns all over her body. Deputies also located the elderly woman, noting that her condition had declined so much they initially believed she was deceased. During the trial, the victim's doctor described the significant medical treatments she underwent, including multiple surgeries and skin grafts. The victim was hospitalized for 6 weeks due to the injuries and malnourishment she endured. The victim testified and described the trauma and nerve damage she experienced and still suffers from today. Additionally, prosecutors presented evidence during the trial, arguing that Calderon spent $78,000 of the elderly woman's inheritance within 3 months. According to Willis, prosecutors believe Calderon used the elderly woman's Social Security checks for several years and spent the money on tattoos, a party rental space, and tire rims. In a statement, Willis said Calderon tricked the victim into living with her and then controlled her with unthinkable torture, adding, "We hope and pray this jury sentence will allow the victim to further heal from all the deep physical and emotional wounds inflicted by this defendant." They didn't lie when they said that it was sadistic torture. That is insane. She was 68 pounds at 24 years old. Wow. What is it with people's obsession with having other people as prisoners? Like, what the hell is wrong with you? And I'm trying to see, like, is the elderly woman her mom, or is she like a family member or something? They didn't mention it here in the article, and the video doesn't have the article doesn't have a video on it, so can't really go any much deeper into it. But wow, she definitely deserves all 75 years in prison. Yep, this woman is 37. She would be like 115 by the time she would be allowed to leave. So technically, she's gonna die in prison. And I'm all here for it. I'm all here for it. That's insane. She wanted a she wanted a slave. That's basically it. She wanted. I don't even know if it's like a sex slave, because they didn't mention anything sexual, but I wouldn't be surprised. She was holding the woman as a prisoner, pouring boiling water on her twice, causing her to have second and third degree burns all over her body. Didn't allow her to seek medical attention, and then on top of that, she spent $70,000 from the elderly woman on one of the things she bought was tire rims. I mean, I guess her priorities were pretty straight, huh? Yikes. Very horrible. Very horrible indeed. This horrible monster ends the True Crime Daily portion of the stream. we're going to quickly just jump into the Happy Face Killer, read a bit about it, maybe watch a video or two, and then we'll end the live stream there. I've gone over a little bit today, but I just missed you guys so much, and I miss being in front of a camera, so don't hate me for taking this much time for live streaming. I am nothing but happy when I'm here, so I appreciate it. If you stopped by, if you chatted, if you're currently watching me right now, lurking, if you're going to watch this later on, if you're going to hear the audio version because you're on, so you're a Patreon member, whatever the case may be, I greatly appreciate it, and I am just so very happy to be in front of a camera. I'm very happy to do all this. This is just like a little dream come true. Alrighty, so we talked about the Happy Face Killer in one of the first cases that we read tonight on the True Crime Daily portion of the live stream, and that led me to want to know a bit more about the Happy Face Killer. His name is Keith Hunter Jesperson. The case that we read before was very recently, as of March 2023, and it was confirmed at the end of July 2023 that in fact it was her. The sixth victim of the Happy Face Killer was not discovered because her remains were already discovered, but they were able to finally put a name to who the person was, you know, giving the family closure in regards to that, you know, horrible occurrence that happened, and, you know, the taking of the life of that woman. I believe total amount of victims for the Happy Face Killer was 8, but we're going to read about it, and we're going to learn a bit more about this horrible monster. But Keith Hunter Jesperson, born April 6, 1955, is a Canadian-American serial killer who murdered at least 8 women in the United States during the early 1990s. He is known as the Happy Face Killer because he drew smiley faces on his many letters to the media and authorities. Many of his victims were sex workers and transients who had no connection to him. Strangulation was Jesperson's preferred method of murdering, the same method he often used to kill animals as a child. After the body of his first victim, Taunja Bennett, was found, media attention surrounded Laverne Pavlinac, a woman who falsely confessed to having killed Bennett with the help of her abusive boyfriend, John Sosnovsky. Upset that he was not getting any media attention, Jesperson drew a smiley face on a bathroom wall hundreds of miles from the scene of the crime and wrote an anonymous letter confessing to Bennett's murder, providing proof. When that did not elicit a response, he began writing letters to the media and authorities. Jesperson's last victim was the crime that ultimately led to his capture. While he has claimed to have killed as many as 160 people, only 8 murders have been confirmed. Jesperson is currently serving a sentence of life without parole at the Oregon State Penitentiary. Alright, so we'll read about his early life. He was born April 6, 1955, to Leslie and Gladys Jesperson in Chilliwack, British Columbia. That's in Canada. He is a middle child. He has 2 brothers and 2 sisters. Jesperson's father was a domineering alcoholic, of course. According to Jesperson, his paternal grandfather was prone to violence. Jesperson's father denied being an abusive parent. However, while investigating for his book on the killer, author Jack Olson was able to confirm much of the claimed abuse with other family members. Treated like an outcast and a black sheep by his own family and teased by other children for his large size at a young age, Jesperson was a lonely child who showed a propensity for torturing and killing animals. After moving to Selah, Washington, United States, or Selah, he had trouble fitting in and making friends because of his large size. His brothers did not help him. Instead, they nicknamed him Igor or Ig, a name that stuck throughout his school years. Because of this, Jesperson was a shy child, content to play by himself much of the time. He would often get into trouble for behaving badly, sometimes violently, and would be severely punished by his father. This included beatings, sometimes with a belt, in front of others, and in one case he received an electric shock. At a very early age, as young as 5, Jesperson would capture and torture animals. He enjoyed watching animals kill each other as well as the feeling he got from taking their lives. This continued as he got older. Jesperson would capture birds and stray cats and dogs around the trailer park where he lived with his family, severely beating the animals and then strangling them to death, something for which he claims his father was proud of him. In the years following, Jesperson said he often thought about what it would be like to do the same to a human. That desire manifested in 2 attempted murders. The first happened when Jesperson was around the age of 10, when he was friends with a boy named Martin. The two would often get into trouble together, and Jesperson claimed he was often punished many times for things Martin had done and shifted the blame. This led Jesperson to violently attack Martin until his father pulled him away. He later claimed his intention was to kill the boy. Approximately 1 year later, Jesperson was swimming in a lake when another boy held him underwater until he blacked out. Sometime later, at a public pool, Jesperson attempted to drown the boy by holding his head under the water until the lifeguard pulled him away. Jesperson reported that he was raped at age 14. He graduated from high school in 1973, but did not attend college because his father did not believe he could do it. Although Jesperson was not successful with girls in high school, having never even attended a school dance or his prom, he did enter into a relationship after high school. In 1975, when Jesperson was aged 20, he married Rose Huck, and the couple had 3 children, 2 daughters and 1 son. Jesperson worked as a truck driver to support the family. Several years later, Huck began to suspect Jesperson was having affairs when strange women would call. Tension in the marriage increased, and after 14 years, while Jesperson was on the road, Huck packed up her and her children's belongings and drove 200 miles away to live with her parents in Spokane, Washington. The oldest child, Melissa, was 10 years old. Jesperson continued to spend time with his children when he was in town. The couple divorced in 1990. At age 35, standing 6 feet 7 inches tall and weighing approximately 255 pounds, Jesperson began working toward the goal of joining the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, which is a RCMP for short, but an injury suffered while training ended his endeavor. He then sought work again as an interstate truck driver after relocating to Cheney, Washington. Jesperson soon realized that this job afforded him the opportunity to kill without being suspected. Going to the victims. Jesperson's first known victim was Townsha Bennett on January 21st, 1990, near Portland, Oregon. He introduced himself to Bennett at a bar and invited her to a house he was renting. After getting in an argument with Bennett, he strangled her to death with his hands and disposed of her body. On August 30th, 1992, the currently unidentified body of a woman Jesperson had raped and strangled was found near Blythe, California. Jesperson gave the Jane Doe's name as Claudia. A month later, in Turlock, California, the body of Cynthia Lynn Rose was discovered. Jesperson claims Rose was a sex worker who entered his truck at a truck stop while he slept. His 4th victim was another sex worker, Laurie Ann Pentland of Salem, Oregon, whose body was found in November 1992. According to Jesperson, Pentland attempted to double the fee she charged for the sex he had been engaged in with her. She threatened to call the police, and he strangled her. Jesperson killed his next victim in June 1993 in Santa Nella, California. She was a previously unidentified woman named Patricia Skipple, who he claimed was named Carla or Cindy. Police originally considered her death a drug overdose. In September 1994, another Jane Doe was found in Crestview, Florida. Jesperson claims that her name was Suzanne. She was identified as Suzanne L. Schellenberg by Othram on October 3rd, 2023. Jesperson was arrested on March 30th, 1995 for the murder of Julie Winningham. He had been questioned by police a week before, but they had no grounds to arrest him after he refused to talk. In the days following, Jesperson decided that he was certainly going to be arrested, and after 2 suicide attempts, turned himself in, hoping it would result in leniency during his sentencing. While in custody, Jesperson began revealing details of his killings and making claims of many others, most of which he later recanted. A few days before his arrest, he wrote a letter to his brother in which he confessed to having killed 8 people over the course of 5 years. This led police agencies in several states to reopen old cases, many of which were found to be possible victims of Jesperson. Although Jesperson at one point claimed to have had as many as 160 victims, only the 8 women killed in Washington, Oregon, California, Florida, Nebraska, and Wyoming have been confirmed. He is serving 3 consecutive life sentences at the Oregon State Penitentiary in Salem. In September 2009, Jesperson was indicted in Riverside County, California on murder charges. He was extradited in December 2009. He was convicted of another murder and received a 4th life sentence in January 2010. Laverne Pavlinak. Early in the investigation of Bennett's murder, Laverne Pavlinak read the news reports surrounding Bennett's death and saw it as an opportunity to force an end to the long-term abusive relationship she had been in with her live-in boyfriend, John Sosnovsky. Pavlinak set up a meeting with investigators and gave a false confession, using the details she had read in the newspaper to give a detailed story of how Sosnovsky forced her to help him rape, murder, and dispose of Bennett's body. Pavlinak and Sosnovsky were both arrested on March 5th, 1990, and both were convicted of the murder on February 8th, 1991. To avoid the possibility of facing the death penalty, Sosnovsky pleaded no contest. He was sentenced to life in prison while Pavlinak was sentenced to no less than 10 years, much more than she had anticipated. Pavlinak soon admitted to making up her entire story, but her claims were ignored. On January 7th, 1996, more than 5 years after their conviction, Pavlinak and Sosnovsky were released from prison after Jesperson and his attorney offered his confession with convincing evidence of his guilt. He had given police officers the location of the victim's purse. The purse had not been found at the crime scene, and its location was considered information only the killer would know. Quote unquote, the happy face killer. Following Bennett's murder, as all the attention was going to Pavlinak and Sosnovsky, Jesperson wrote a confession on the bathroom wall of a truck stop and signed it with a smiley face. When that did not create the attention he desired, he wrote letters to media outlets and police departments confessing to his murders, starting with a 6-page letter to the Oregonian in which he revealed the details of his killings. Jesperson signed each letter with a smiley face. This led Phil Stanford, the journalist working the story for the Oregonian, to dub Jesperson the happy face killer. Jesperson's daughter. In November 2008, Jesperson's daughter, Melissa G. Moore, appeared on Dr. Phil to talk about her father. She was also featured on The Oprah Winfrey Show, the Lifetime Movies network series Monster in My Family, and a 2020 special on ABC. She was a correspondent for Crime Watch Daily. In 2008, Moore published a book titled Shattered Silence, the untold story of a serial killer's daughter. Moore recounts living with Jesperson until her parents' 1990 divorce, and noticing how her father was different when she was in elementary school. Their house bordered an apple orchard, and Jesperson killed stray cats and gophers that wandered nearby. One day, she watched, horrified, as he hung stray kittens from the family's clothesline. She ran to get her mother, and when they returned, the kittens lay on the ground, dead. He had watched and laughed as the kittens clawed each other to escape. Then he killed them. In November 2014, she wrote an article about her father for the BBC. In March 2018, she was featured in an episode titled Put on a Happy Face of the investigation discovery true crime series Evil Lives Here. In September 2018, podcast network How Stuff Works began releasing a show called Happy Face, featuring interviews with Melissa about her childhood and her father. The series had 12 episodes. In June 2021, a trailer appeared on iTunes for a new true crime podcast called Life After Happy Face, to be hosted by Melissa Moore and a forensic criminologist, Laura Petler. The episode was released on July 9th, 2021. Wow. This is the mugshot of the Happy Face Killer as of 2009. Let's see if there are any videos. I guess there's a movie called Happy Face Killer. It was released in 2014. I guess David Arquette plays the Happy Face Killer in the movie. Trying to see if there's anything. It's 27 minutes. A lot of the articles here, like that have videos and whatnot, or the videos in and of itself, are all, or the majority, about the case that we already read that happened recently on October 3rd when the 6th victim was discovered, Suzanne Schellenberg. I completely butchered her name at the beginning of the stream. I apologize for that. I thought it was Killenberg, but it most certainly was not. Wow, this video is 15 hours long. It's from the Daily Mail. Let's see if maybe they have... Oh, God. See if maybe they'll let me do it like this. They're not gonna let me see it. That would have been so interesting to see, because that's the actual Happy Face Killer describing how he did his. Okay, let's see what this is. Title says the Happy Face Killer Confession, Monster in My Family. I think this is... I don't know, this might be the investigation discovery, but oh well. We'll watch it. It might copyright the live stream, but whatever. It seems like relevant information.
I'm on a journey seeking healing for the relatives of my father's victims.
I would never want anyone to go through the kind of death that my dad did to these women. And when I think about the family members, I think about their torment. I don't even know how the family members cope.
He was a very evil, spiteful man who did one of the most heinous crimes there is.
When my father is linked to Julie Winningham's murder, authorities finally have him in their sights.
He knew that we were going to be watching him, and that it's only a matter of time before we'd come out and arrest him. He knew that. Every place he went, he thought he saw a police car watching him or following him.
Believing police are closing in, on March 25th, 1995, My father calls the police and confesses to Julie Winningham's murder.
We were able to fly down and take him into custody and then charge him with first-degree murder of Julie.
It was like Jeffrey Dahmer. That's crazy.
An officer comes to me at work and says, "We have arrested Keith." And I said, "Really? For what?" And he says, "For murder." I was just paralyzed with pain because here I had these children and I had to tell them that their dad was a murderer.
My brother said to my mom, "What happened? Like, what? Tell us the details." And she wouldn't say anything. She's like, "That's all I have to tell you." And she went up the stairs.
There's not a manual to tell you, this is what you tell your kids. You know, this is how you work things out.
My knees were starting to buckle, and all I knew to do was just go to my bed. And I could hear my sister in the background sobbing and crying. And then it hit me, it's possible. It's possible. I saw what he did to the cat. It's possible that my dad did the same thing to a woman. All I could do was just sob in my pillow, and then finally I fell asleep crying.
My father begins telling the police about his 5-year-long killing spree as the happy-faced killer.
We had no idea there was any additional victims out there. We had no idea who they were.
Keith told me about a body that he dumped in Nebraska along the freeway. This was an unidentified female that had never been found.
That turned out to be Angela Sabriz from Seattle.
It was a struggle. It was a struggle every day. I tried to keep the news from them. I banned all newspapers. I banned magazines.
I found that the best resource was for me to go to the public library, and I would pull up the newspaper clippings. And
I mean, it makes sense. If you think about it, I mean, you're trying to shield, and with, I don't blame her for trying to do this. I get it. I understand. And I'm not, like, in a normal circumstance, I probably would have said something about it, like, you know, you should keep information from people and whatnot, but I understand why she was doing it. Common sense allows me to put two and two together, and, you know, she understood the weight of that constant reporting on the things that her husband had done, and then having her kids read that and whatnot, and I could understand why she was trying to do it. Extremely hard to do, and she proved it because she just said it. She used to go to the library to get the information. So, you know, here's her mom doing everything possible to shield their kids from reading any newspapers or anything that had to do with her husband, yet the same kids would go to the library to, you know, read said newspapers and look up information on what their father did. Crazy. Then growing up and having to remember seeing your parent like abuse animals like that. It's crazy. You know, that's one of the things that they say about serial killers when they're growing up. It's like they start, one of the patterns is harming animals, and for some strange reason, in all the cases, especially like those very prolific serial killers, it's always cats. Always cats. Yikes. I can only imagine. The dude's still alive too. Unbelievable.
that's when I found out.
But very believable at the same time. I'm only saying unbelievable because of just how heinous the crime is.
That there was more than one murder. I thought maybe there's like limits to how far my dad could go, and he broke every limit that I thought was there.
You understand the consequences of entering a guilty plea? Yes, I do. You know you have a right to remain silent.
40-year-old Keith Jesperson came to court today in Clark County to get something off his chest.
Keith Jesperson pled guilty to take the death penalty off the books.
For this reason and for my own personal reasons, and to accept responsibility for the death of Julianne Winningham, I am pleading guilty.
He never showed any emotion at all.
No remorse. I stood toe-to-toe to him in court. She was my mom. Someone needed to be there.
He deserves to fry because not only has he killed 6 others or 7 or 8, how many it's been, who knows? This thing just gets worse and worse as it goes on. I think it needs to be put a stop to. Fry him and get it all over with.
I wanted him to die, but now that I'm older, he'll go through more misery in the next 50 years that he's in prison. I don't believe he was wired wrong, born with a birth defect. None of that. He made a choice. He just liked the rush like somebody likes heroin. And unfortunately, my mom happened to be one of the rushes.
My father continues with his confessions, saying he killed Tanya Bennett, not the 2 people who were convicted of the crime.
I reached down and grabbed her around the neck.
It was horrible to listen to someone say what they did to your sister.
Laverne Pavlinac and John Sanofsky are released, and my father is sentenced to life in prison.
Wow. Crazy. I'm gonna look up this documentary and join the Discord, the King Angel Show. Let's watch it. Let's watch the whole thing. Seems very interesting. See if there are any images. A lot of images are a daughter. That's him holding his daughter there. The first picture all the way to the left is when he was... sorry, this one here. This is him. Okay, this is a sketch of the, sorry, I have to remember what side I'm pointing towards, of the victim. It's right above my head. All lives taken in a vicious, horrible manner. So this one here specifically is Suzanne, the one that was recently identified. This is a picture of her. Let's show an actual picture. So this is her right here. Lovely. See? Full of life in the picture. And life was stolen by this monster who is currently serving, what is it, 7, 8 life sentences? That's crazy. Wow. Here's another picture. It says a happy face killer victim identified in 29-year cold case. That's another picture of Suzanne. Right, at least the family can find some closure. That's, I guess, the only positive thing we can find out of all this. Here's a better picture of this is a composite image. Obviously it's not the actual picture of the victim, but at least we know who it was. We have a name now. And I think the last update on this is what we already read about the victim that was identified. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. that ends tonight's show. Dude, this was awesome. I went ham. 4 hours and 20 minutes almost. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. To the person, Emma, that stopped by and said yes. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Anyone else that stopped by, was lurking, your time is valuable, and the fact that you were here makes this heart very happy. And I am extremely appreciative of it. Remember, I'll mention it one more time. We have a Discord event happening on Sunday at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We will be watching a horror comedy movie for horror movie night number 2, because the first one was yesterday that we did, and we watched the theme was recent horror movies. We ended up seeing No One Will Save You. Very good. I actually liked the movie. I thought it was pretty interesting. It has a great take on aliens and whatnot. Horror comedy is a theme for Sunday's show. Sunday's Discord event. Show. I normally have my shows in my mind just swirling around. How can I improve? How can I do things better? How can I better entertain you? And I get my lines crossed sometimes, so I apologize for that. But I'm also hungry too, so I'm about to feast on something. And wifey's probably a little mad at me right now that I'm still live streaming here and I didn't make us any dinner. She'll be fine. She'll be good. I'll make a nice sandwich for both of us. Boom. You know where to find me all across social media. A little lightheartedness after reading and watching all these videos and whatnot. The least I can do is crack a joke. I will say this episode was not as heart-chipping as some of the other ones that we've done. I think like episode 4 was wow. Yeah. Chip around that heart. I can tell you that much. Oh wait, at least for a goodbye, let me put some music on. This is the King Angel Show. I really appreciate you being here. Like I said, you know where to find me all across social media. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Please follow me on TikTok. If you want to further support me, further support this channel, this show, everything that you contribute to it or subscribe to goes right back to it. The show. Patreon, $1 a month. You get a whole bunch of benefits. One of the best ones is audio versions of these episodes. You get Twitch channel points, a whole bunch of benefits. Again, that's on Patreon, KAS True Crime, $1 a month. Amazon Prime on Twitch. You can either subscribe to my channel on Twitch or you can follow me there. That way it notifies you when I go live. Same for YouTube. I don't have a subscription. I don't have anything monetary on YouTube yet, but I do have a subscribe button. You can press or click on that. Press on that little bell button. It'll notify you when I go live or when I upload a video. That's pretty cool. That way you won't miss out on anything. I mean, if you're watching this live stream and you watch my videos, it's probably because you like what you see, so this might as well just subscribe. Pop. I'm trying to get to 1,000 followers. I think they changed their guidelines. It's 500 now, but originally it was 1,000. So I'm trying to go not only live on YouTube, which is what I'm doing right now, but I'm trying to make some money off of that. So that's one thing. I put super chat and blah blah blah. But I need the amount of followers. So with your help, I should be able to get there eventually. TikTok, I'm only 30 followers away from going live on TikTok. So I'm at 958, 960 followers, something like that. So I just need a little more, a little extra push so I can get to my goal of 1,000 and start going live on TikTok. That'll be on Mondays. Fridays will still be True Crime on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. There's a lot of platforms. You can find me in a whole bunch of places. Both KAS True Crime and the main channel, which is the King Angel Show. There I do movie trailer and music video reviews, talk about like fun facts, a whole bunch of shit there. Coffee, the News, and Us was originally on that channel, so check it out. Those episodes are still there on the live section of the King Angel Show channel on YouTube. Subscribe to that one as well. I would greatly appreciate it. And last but not least, I'll mention it one more time. Discord event. That's Sunday, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're going to watch a horror comedy. Discord event link is in chat as we speak. You can find all that information as well in the description box of this live stream if you're watching me on YouTube and Facebook. If you are watching me on Twitch, go to the About section and you'll see one of the options for Patreon, and it'll take you right to my Patreon channel. I have to update it to include true crime as well, but one will lead to the other, so don't worry about it. That's it for today. Have a very wonderful day. Have a very wonderful weekend. I'll see you over on Discord. Let's play some games. Let's watch some movies. Let's watch some documentaries. Let's have some conversation. Let's continue that. Let's continue this over there. So I will see you later. Have a very wonderful night. This is the King Angel Show. I'm King Angel, a Wine Country, California live streamer and content creator here on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. This channel does everything true crime, and I'm so happy. I don't know, this just brings me so much happiness. Being here with you is one of my favorite things ever. Just want to say that. I always end the stream with saying that if anything happens and you do get arrested, remember to establish dominance. Should be the first thing you do. Have a good night. This is the King Angel Show. I don't know why I say that. I heard that once in a video and I was like, I fucking love that. I'm gonna start saying that from now on, and poof, here we are. Have a good night. Peace.